Hey, hey everybody. This is Indigenous Monstrosity, and I am Monstrositus X. And this is showtime, everybody. I mean, story time. This is story time, week 5. And I intend to bring a few people in if I can and see what we can find. All right. Okay. And this week I was hoping to work on some more stories and really get into building the start building a world and building the whole building out fleshing out some idea of one story so that we can get into this whole thing. All right. Okay. Hello there. Um let me see. Let me share my screen. Yes. And share. And okay. Let me see what I got here. Okay. I think that's yeah, that's it. I think I got it. I think that's how I want it. All right. So this is characters that I created a while back, way while back, and I guess in the '90s or late '80s, and they were supposed to intended to be bounty hunters, and so because I can't remember the comic book, but it had the lead character was a snake. He was kind of a snake man, and I like that elongated body, so I was looking for creatures like that had elongated bodies. And he didn't the character I think it was outer space because I remember them wearing helmets and having space guns, and it was a group, and he was the only snake guy on the group because he didn't have legs. He had arms, but he didn't have legs. He was a reptilian. I think he was blue, and they had some kind of space armor, if I remember correctly. I gotta pull out my books. It's just that I have no kind of organization right now, so um, I don't have any place to put all of those because when I bought the books, I didn't organize them. I just left them in the bags that I bought them in. I might have condensed them to make sure that I was using the bags to the most that I could use. So I basically put them away in the bags and into boxes, not even long boxes. So yeah, I have to sift through all of those. I have a few, I guess about maybe 50, 60 out from the first box that I was messing around with because it was the easiest to get to. But I would have to unpack that closet and pull out every box and then sift through them. And then I need some place to stack them so that I'd be able to go through and organize them into, uh, you know, titles and numbered. And then there are some that are um, cross-referenced, I guess. They have uh, like the X-Men might have a story that goes across Gen X or X Factor or whatever, like I think the Age of Apocalypse went across several different books. So all of that you have to have that organized in a way that you can tell the story without having the books separated. And so I do have a few that's like that, that's out. Like I have four book storylines, like a Batman and a few. I know I have some close by at hand. On my drawing table here. I was sifting through last week, and I gotta clean this off so that I can start drawing, and gotta get a camera so that I can show it. Because right now everything is kind of all over the place. Oh, I got a Prophet out here. I have. I wish I had a camera that I could show a Dark Guard from Marvel. A rock dude is on here and look like an ice guy in the back, Iceman. I gotta read these. There's a lot of them I didn't really read. Tao, Spirit of Tao. I think that's what it says. Book issue 4. Issue 4 and 6. That's written kind of crazy. Spirit of something Tao. Oh, Spirit of the Tao. Okay. Spirit of the Tao. They had the word over kind of crossed over a little. You couldn't really read that the part. But anyway, Doom, book 2 of 3 from Marvel Comics. A big dude with a big gun shooting over somebody's body. Rogue, book 3 of 4. Icons series. And 4 of 4. This is 3 of 4 and 4 of 4. See, so I have a bunch of books that I can go through, but right now, I got the Thundercats, book 0 from Wildstorm, and book 1. But I don't know how deep I got into those books. X-Force, here it is. Here's one. X-Force, book 1 of, what is that, 1 of 4 or 1 of 6? 1 of 4, Shockwave. And then X-Force, this looks like 3 of 4, yeah. So I have to find the other 2. They might have went across titles. Aphrodite from Top Cow, Image, book 0 and book 1. And book 1. Oh, I got a few variants. And book 1. I got 3 variants so far. And book 1, 4 variants. And book 2. There we go. See, so I got a bunch of variants here from Top Cow. Aphrodite, what's this? 9. Aphrodite 9. In but I guess Roman numerals. So I have a bunch of books that I can. Well, this is all one book, but what I can do. It looked like Scott Campbell. What is that? Wall? Is that WOHL? And Finch? It's in plastic, and I don't feel like pulling it out, but that's what it looks like. My eyes. I was playing some video games, and my eyes are all twisted right now. you stare at that screen too long. What is it? Modern Warfare. They have the free download, so I was partaking and kind of messing my eyes up staring at that one point. I got to do some eye exercises, move them around, up and down, side to side, around and around, all of that to get my vision back in track. And Excalibur, book 2, Black Panther, book 1 of 2, Guerrilla Warfare, 34, issue 34, $2.50, Marvel Comics. On the picture, on the cover is it looks like not Warmonger, that big gorilla dude. He's in his gorilla suit, and he's got it looks like he's got Black Panther's sister hanging upside down in his hand, and Black Panther's attacking with his claws. And Brass, book 1. I know that's book 1. I like the drawing on there. I don't know if I ever read this book, but Hellboy, book 1 of 4. Spawn, I know I got the rest of them. Spawn 105. I know I got book 1 of Spawn. I know I have that. I gotta find all of that stuff. The Authority, book 19. Spawn 108. This is Spawn 105. And Authority 19. And Authority 20 and 21. See, so there are some, but I know I think I have Authority 1. I was collecting a lot of the original stuff when Image first hit. I was collecting all of that stuff. Those were all new books and new artists, and that's what mainly I was collecting books for the art. So when the books started going down in the art, the covers will look so or kind of nice, and then you get inside and it was and I kind of stopped. I fell off buying books. Crimson from Cliffhanger, book 23. I might have book 1. Artists Augustine and Ramos. Well, Augustine and Ramos, I don't know which is the artist and which is the penciler or writer, and all of that. I have X-Men Forever, book 4, all new X-Men event. Juggernaut is on the cover. X-Men Forever, book 1. Juggernaut and some little fat dude is leading the group. Iceman, looks like Jean Grey and book 1 of 3. What's her face? Mystique. Book 4 of 6. It goes. The first one goes book 1 of 3. That's the number 1 issue. And then it goes book 4 of 6. So did they extend the series or what? Now I have to get all the rest of the books out of my boxes and find out what happened. I got Wildstorm, Wildcats, Covenants, something, Covert. There's a big creature in the way, so Covert, you can't see what's behind it. And I haven't read these in a long time. Looks like there's 2 books in here. Oh, Codename Strike Force is behind book 4. So I have all of that stuff. Image. Oh, okay. This is a second codename Strike Force. I must have had an extra Wildcats and needed to shove it somewhere because it wasn't in a book. I mean, in a bag and a board. So I just shoved it in here with a backup book. Back then, I was buying at least 2 books of everything so that one I could bag and keep them. Not for I guess I was saving it for monetary value, but mainly so that I didn't destroy the book, because the intention of owning comic books for me was to learn to draw better, learn to color, learn inking, learn all of that stuff. So um, basically, buying comic books was uh, my school. So I wanted one that I could destroy, and the other one I kept nice and pristine. Spawn, Blood and Shadows. I guess this was a special. No board. Too big for a board. It's thick. It looks like it's a double size, or it's got thick card stock. I'll have to pull that out and see what that's about one of these days. But that's all in that stack. Um, then I have another stack over here that I was gonna read. Had all of those DC Tangent books with Black Superman and all of these other guys. So I gotta check to see if I got anybody in the chat. See if my man Gargoyle showed. I can't see anything. I don't have a backup screen. Let me see. What am I looking for here? Let me check. Not seeing anybody in the chat. Maybe this is yeah, I can't see the chat. I don't know. But show StreamYard. Okay. That's a chat. Okay. So all right. Guess I'm gonna be so let me see. Let me get back to the drawing. So what I was working on as far as the drawing part, I was picking a little fight with John Malin. I wanted to pick a fight, as William Wallace stated in Braveheart. I'm going to pick a fight. So I was picking a fight with John Malin and Graveyard Shift. And this character I created way back in the day. And this character, and this is the updated stuff that I was working on. That's him in the middle. That's Frankenstein. And that's the bride. And in the back over here, somewhere in the back, I was going to put maybe a car all destroyed and on fire. And Dracula or the Count or his vampire dude is going to be over here. I don't know nothing about the characters. I wish I did. I can't afford to buy all of those campaigns right now. So I have to just do what I can. I'm going to be finishing this. I know I should have had a lot of this stuff finished a while ago, but got to make money, got to pay bills, and I got other projects I'm working on, and my mind drifts, and I go back and forth, and I got to find a regiment, consistent working system so that I can do my art, do my writing, do my clays, do my cloth work. So, and I'm to the point of closing up the back of the cloth figure, and I started making some more skulls, and I'm working on making a new way to put the ribs together because I don't like that plastic. It's not as easily malleable to work around that frame. And so I think I'm going to go with the cloth and glue and shit like that. Just the way that I made the skull and the skulls. And I'll eventually get that closed up. And when I get a camera that I can mount and have uh, like a dedicated camera that I can use, that's when I can make videos where you can watch me putting these together. Uh, and especially it's the muscling part, putting on the muscles and the layering, the creating the face, and I can show all of that. I can't show the skeleton. I'm sorry. All I can show is what I've been showing. I can't show how I made the armature part. Y'all gonna have to figure something out on your own. And I say that because for now, as far as I can tell, I'm the only person that I could find on the internet that's doing that. And for now, I don't have any kind of protection. So um, if I put it out there and I haven't even fully figured everything out yet, and I'm showing you, then somebody else might figure it out before me, and I can't have that. I have to protect my in creation, and uh, and then once I perfected it, if it was clay or something like that, then everybody's got clay working out there, and even they don't show every little detail. The guy I like to watch is he's an older guy, David Lemon. I should put a link in the video, uh, in the description. I'll do that later. But yeah. So I am hoping to get that taken care of and have yeah, get those characters, at least the first few done, because I have at least eight, nine skulls right now. So I'm building the armatures for the rest of them, and getting the framework ready for the rib cages. And once I get there, because every time I make one, the next one is going to be that much better because of everything I learned on the first one. I already took apart one that I messed up, and then the second one I messed up because I didn't leave enough room for the shoulders to drop down slightly. And so it's going to be just the shoulders can go up, but they can't really go down. And even though it's not that much of a drop, your shoulders can't really go that far down. But when you put in your character in different positions, like if you want to have one arm up over his shoulder and he's kind of leaning over to the side and the other arm is dropped down, you want to show that kind of slight drop in the shoulder. And I want it to be the perfect type of articulated figure. Action. It's gonna be like an action figure, but it's more of a statue, like those resin statues that I see a lot of artists have. They're big, but they have small ones too. But they have big ones, like about 20 something inches, 19 inches, 20 inches tall, and they use it. Some of them have half muscle, half skeletal. Some have half muscle, half skin, and so I might make one of those, but I can't promise to continuously make one. I might make just one for my own personal use, but that's going to be a lot because the detail work that you'll have to do and with cloth. I'm just trying to get to the muscle part and put veins and little bit of striations and stuff like that and muscling on the outside, but mostly I want to show veining and have everything and have the face. I mean, the face has to be quality. I want it to look like one of those superhero statues, like the Superman or Batman Hush statues from what one of those sideshow statues, or I forget XM Studios or whatever the other. I can't remember all of the names. I'm not even sure if I got XM right. But there's a bunch of them. I just haven't watched those videos in a while. I haven't really come out with anything spectacular like the Cable statues and with and the Punisher statues. And if I had money, I'd probably have a couple of those. But anyway, the statues that I see the artists have that they use for reference, you see a lot of them with their fingers are broken off because the resin is so fragile. And I used to make these figures as a child, and uh, I just figured out a way that I could improve upon them a few years back while I was making a improved version for my niece, but I never was able to finish it. It's in one of my videos. It's a pink one. I was supposed to get um, blue or cobalt blue or royal blue fabric, like a spandex fabric, to put on her body, and then I was gonna have leather because around her wrists is leather. I sewed that on there, and I was supposed to have leather boots and a leather belt, and from there I could have got made of a cape or something, but I never finished it because everywhere in the in the in the in the county or whatever that what you want to say that I live, all of the store I went to the main boulevards and found a bunch of fabric stores, and they had a lot of kind of Indian fabrics, but they didn't have that spandex stretch fabrics. They didn't have uh, knit fabrics, so they didn't even have t-shirt type material. So that's what I was planning to use, and maybe with the bigger, thicker, muscled characters, I was gonna use like sweatshirt material. So that's what my intentions were, or with guys who are not so defined, kind of like those wrestler type muscles, especially from back in the day when they was all steroided up, when they was all roided. They You would see they had the bulky muscles. They didn't have the real cut and defined muscles like they got today, and more of today, I should say. I don't know, but anyway, um, and then I want to have the more defined cut muscles like you see in the UFC. So, and that's really what I'm focusing on for my first guy. That the one in my video, he's gonna have more. He's gonna be more streamlined, more thin, and that's why I want to make sure I get the rib cages right. And for this first one, I'm measuring everything. The next the next one, I'm probably gonna take some creative liberties, some artistic liberties, make the shoulders a little bit broader, and so that when I pack on them muscles and everything, it still can move and freely the way I want. It's gonna have shoulder blades, collarbone. Uh, the mouth is gonna move. The lips are gonna move. Everything is gonna be. And I've already tested making the nose, making the eyebrows, making everything. I just have to. I made 3 mistakes so far. One, by using too flimsy material, and I did too much work on it, and I want to try to find a way to salvage it, but I basically have to tear it apart in order to salvage it, and that's not really what I want to do. And on top of it, I cut holes in the skulls for the eye sockets, and I did that with a couple of them, and it's turned out that once I start trying to work on the faces or the skull, trying to add the teeth and connect the teeth to the skull so that they stay more secured, that the eye sockets would deform, and it made it a little bit more difficult. So I decided no more cutting the eye sockets first. That's going to be the last thing I do once I fill the skull with glue and whatever to make it more solid because it's hollow right now. So once I finish adding the glue or whatever into the inside once I finish doing what I'm doing with the ribs and layering some of the musculature around the neck, and I'll see how much room I have in there to pour some glue and some of those. Maybe I might mix up some glue and some silicone and stuff and push it in there, pack it in there, and at least down to where the top of the mouth is. Then or the teeth are. Then I'll fill with glue to help also secure the teeth so that they don't, when you move the head around, the face isn't twisting and distorting because it is just cloth, even with the glue. So that's why I'm filling it with silicone and glue to make it more stable so that when you turn the head and move it up and down, the face doesn't twist. And hopefully my apparatus or how I structured the drawer is strong enough that when I open the mouth, the claw won't hold the jaw from opening. But I'm hoping to leave enough loose claw, but not too loose because I don't want the mouth to hang open. So there's a lot of aspects of creating this that I want to make sure that works right. And I might fail. I don't know. I've never done this before and I've never got to that. But anyway, let me move on to something else as far as story. I was thinking of a story for those guys too. Like I'm kneeling down and I'm like their God, but that it seemed a little too effeminate to me because I was gonna be like cradle them in my lap, and it would seem. I just recently thought that wow, that would seem like I'm pregnant, and I'm actually giving birth, and that's not what I want to put out there like that. That's good for women, not good for me. So, has anybody seen the commercials about men giving birth and all of that craziness? Man, what's wrong with people? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I really think that the whole thing with having this whole social thing, and people putting out these different concepts of what men and women should be and pushing men to believe that they should be so effeminate that they would want to have babies is ridiculous. I even seen this aspect on one of my favorite shows too. What's it? The Blacklist. They actually had a show where people were kidnapping men and giving them wombs and basically forcing them to have babies. And that's when I was like, okay, this SJW crap has gone way too far. And then the commercials with the kid having, or the men having their periods and all of that. This is, I know I missed my opportunities to make videos on all that, but maybe not, because my videos are slightly slanted a different way. I talk from a power point of view, not from social justice warriors are bad and they're messing up. They are messing up, but social justice warriors are social. They're not just social justice warriors. That's what I said in one of my other videos. Stop calling them warriors, because they're not. These people are cowards. And if you've seen that new video, I'm definitely going to do a video on this, probably tomorrow. But with those Safe Space and Snowflake, that dude, everything about him screams weakness. Power comes from inside you, not money. Money is part. It's a section. It's like it's like it's your power is built from knowledge, wisdom, will, and strength. Your strengths is all of that: money, your physical strength, your good looks, how you dress, your car you drive, your house you live in, the education, all of that are your strengths. Your will is your desire to use your power. If you're weak and you're ashamed and you're afraid to hurt people's feelings, and you want to operate out of big business, you think they care about people's feelings? They might put this in advertisements, but they don't care about your feelings. But so a lot of people do things and think things that's actually ridiculous, because they expect Mama Disney to read them the perfect bedtime story, when that's not what diversity is. I would like to think that being diverse means that if you're a white man, then you want to create your universe like Stan Lee did, with black characters, white characters, Asians, and he has the right to do that. Why shouldn't he? And the diversity part is that the black man has the right to do the same thing, and the Asian man has the right to do the same thing. Why should I ask Stan Lee to understand who I am? Let him put out his interpretation, and let me put out my interpretation, and let them stand side by side. So if I put out a character, I don't want to change Stan's. To me, they're demigods. If it wasn't for Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and all of those, Ditko and all of those, is Ditko? I don't want to be calling. I'm talking about the dude who created Spider-Man, not this guy who's a SJ Warrior and got booted out. I don't know if that's the same kid or not, but if it is, then yeah, I'm talking about him. But these guys are demigods. They actually created worlds that people wanted to visit and live in for a moment. And that's what I want to do. I have the ideas, I have the stories, I have the characters. I just haven't put it out there for people. So I am not a demigod yet. I want to become that status. Ethan and Zach and John Malin and all of those people in the Indiegogo right now, they are demigods, and I want to join that stature. So that's why I'm Comicsgate. Well, I'm not Comicsgate. Comicsgate is me, because Comicsgate is I was Comicsgate before I knew what it was, because I believe, just like what I explained, everybody has the right to make their own stuff. Why should I beg Marvel to put some representation of me? Black Panther isn't a representation of me. Stan Lee didn't want to create a character that would represent the American black man. They created a Power Man, and Power Man didn't represent the American black man, not in any era, really, not even the 70s, that sweet Christmas crap that he used to say. And I have Power Man, a friend of mine from up the block, he gave me a whole stack of from issue 1 up. I missed a few issues, but a couple of issues in that collection, and they're not in the best condition, I would think. But I still read the stories, and I didn't really care about Power Man until he started getting team ups with Power Fist, and then getting on the Defenders and other books like that. And then I respected him a little bit more. But as far as thinking of these guys as characters that I would create as a black man. No, I don't want to be all black power this and black power that with my characters. I don't. I just want to make regular superheroes. But it's going to come from a lean. You might hear some things that have to do with my background. I come from rough neighborhoods. I I lived that rough life for a while in my 20s and early 30s, and did things that people might call me a monster for, hence the name Indigenous Monstrosity. I was born in America, and so I am indigenous to America. I wasn't, my people weren't indigenous, maybe, but I am. So uh, that's the name, and not only that, I like creating all types of creatures and ideas, and I got all kinds of demonic creatures and storylines because of my Catholic background, which I no longer follow. I believe in a higher being, but I don't follow any faith because to me it was created by a man, and Constantine, I believe, created the first Bible, and from what I understand, he gathered. I used to, in order to create my some of my stories, I had to learn when I hated learning back in high school. Hated it. I wasn't a bad student. My grades dropped when I started working and messing with girls when I was around 16. I had a after school job, and in that job, a guy came in there with a shotgun, put it in my face, put it to my back at 16, and told us all to get in the back, me, the boss, and his wife, and a little discount hair supply place. And I was making $2 an hour. Two, when the minimum wage was like 5 to 6 back then. Maybe even 8. I'm not sure. But I wasn't making nowhere near any of that. So the guy liked me. He liked me a lot because I worked cheap and I was a good worker. He trusted me. He gave me thousands of dollars to go up the boulevard, up the avenue to buy supplies and bring it back from one of the wholesalers. So he would give me $1,000, $2,000, and I never dipped in it. So when I decided to leave at 18, he was like begging me, please come back, please, please, we need you. He gave me a bump in the rate in the salary, but I worked for him for a little while, but I left. But after that shotgun incident, I had no bad dreams, no bad nightmares, or nothing like that. Went right back to work. Never had no issues. So my a lot of these SJWs, I believe, are extremely weak, and they come from an extremely weak place, and that's what power is all about. These people have no power. My father took me out when I was bullied around 6, 5, 6, 7 years old. No, because around 7, I was already getting in a lot of fights protecting my twin sister. But around 5, 6 years old, I came crying and Mom, this bully, some kid did this to me, and I was crying. He said, "Okay, okay, okay." My father was about 5 foot, walked with a limp, and took me out. He says, "Okay, we'll handle this." He grabbed me by the hand, took me out there, tell me, "I want you to show me who this kid is." When we got down there, I pointed him out. He leaned over to me. He says, "I want you to go over there, and I want you to kick this kid's behind. And if you don't, I'm gonna kick your behind." I walked over there and started raining blows on the kid until he called me off like a little pit bull. It's like, okay, okay, that's enough. Come on, let's go. I stopped, and from then on, I was never afraid. And parents today don't teach their kids about these things, about survival. There's always going to be people out there that's not going to believe in the so-called norms of society. No matter what you teach your kid, I don't care. You want to teach them how good they are and how bad the bullies are. That doesn't matter to your kid who's getting picked on and bullied. It doesn't. You watching all of these superheroes fighting back. Look at the Shazam movie. All of those were little kids and they're showing them how to fight back, and then your kid is getting bullied and he has to sit in the corner and take it because you're telling them you're good and they're bad. And then when he lashes out, because there's a hierarchy in everything. And what if you're among the neat geeks, nerds, dweebs, dorks, simps, and all of those guys, and you're the dork, the bottom of the rung? When people start laughing at you, all of the geeks, the nerds, the dorks start laughing at you too, because they don't want to be you. And they happy to laugh. So that guy who's the bottom rung, even among the geeks, where does he have to go? He lashes out. And that's what happens. That's what I believe, because I've been bullied before, but I've been taught differently. To stand up. And most of the times when I did, the bully was, yo, you okay with me, kid, and leave me alone. I've been that way many a times. And so I kind of went to the dark side of the force for a while and came back, if you want to call it that. I don't believe it's in bad, good and evil and all of that. I believe in, but through my Catholic religion, I have all of these ingrained, because you spend 10 years, you're going to get indoctrinated. And I believe faith is a good thing, because without it, I wouldn't be who I am. There's a lot of things that people condemn, but without those things, who would we be? A lot of SJWs talk about the patriarchy, but and representation. I grew up watching James Cagney and John Wayne and Steve McQueen and Robert Mitchum and all of these great character, even though some of them was bigots and all of that. I don't care. I collect all of those movies to today. And I say, collect your DVDs, collect your Blu-rays. Do not trust streaming, because I believe this whole SJW thing has to do with Disney trying to sucker people into streaming. If you don't want to go to the movies, you don't want to buy DVDs, and you just sit home and stream because it's the easiest and it's the cheapest, and then once all of that other stuff is shut down, like now during the virus, I don't know. They love China. They do love China. They cut people out of the movies and do all kinds of things to please China. So who knows, if you want to talk conspiracy theory, but that's just one. And I don't have a lot, because I only have like two. And this is not a conspiracy theory channel, but these things have to cross a creator's mind, because we create stories, and I have lots of stories. So let me show a little bit of what I was creating. Stop sharing this. And this is something that I was creating for the story time. This is the first week of story time, and I was here by myself, but I was thinking of the SJW situation, and I was thinking, you got the what you call the LGB, or what I call the alphabets. That way, if I make up my own terms, then nobody can say anything to me, because they're my terms. Nobody else is using these terms but me. So the alphabets, the alphabet people, the elemental P, QRS, plus this, that, and the others, which absolutely makes no sense to me. But because there's so much other better ways to determine yourself. Like, I don't understand the whole people of color thing. A lot of these people, like this Lily Singh, she acts black and she's nowhere near it. They all crawling over our backs like they're crabs in a barrel. But SJWs are the weakest ones. So even as crabs in a barrel, they wouldn't make it out. I'm going to make a video. I watched the video just so that I could make a video, and I never got around to it, about this whole crabs in a barrel thing. Crabs in a barrel or a bucket, they are some selfish ass motherfuckers. What I call rassafrassers. That's a little bit of Yosemite for your ass. Yosemite Sam, you rassafrassing zagarats. That's what he did all of the time. So in order to avoid cursing, which I hate doing, but I might have to think about my channel in the future. If I can make money off my comic books, then I wouldn't care about videos being demonetized. But I gotta show my talents. So I gotta finish my drawings. I have to write some stories. And like I said, I'm going to do a video telling about story time and how I want it to be, where everybody in the chat who helps create stories helps me out with creating stories. And we if the story comes out to be something really great, which I'm going to be really focused in the writing, but I'm going to be asking questions of the chat. What do you think about this? What do you think this character? Just throw a lot of ideas at me, and I'll write it down and type it down on a separate page. See, I have up here, I have different characters and locations and groups and organizations. So I can create tabs up here, and I will create an ideas tab, and I will just write down everything everybody puts into the chat, and I'll write it down, and we'll create a mishmash of ideas. And through that mishmash, we will pull out the ideas that we like. We might combine a couple, twist and flip a couple, and what we call in hip hop, smack it up, flip it, rub it down, and then create fresh stories of our own, just for the goddom. Praise the goddom. And that's y'all. That's y'all, us. It's like Comicsgate, the division, like War Campaign. Goddomed Comics. Goddo. Goddomed. GODDOMNED. It's a play on goddamned comics. Those SJWs were saying, y'all comics ain't nothing. Like, get rid of the patriarchy and all that. Those goddamn comics. So that's what was going through my head. But I played it towards a better mentality, because like the demigod idea was thrown in there. So it's more like God created comics. Demigod created. So the goddom. And everybody who helps will basically become a demigod, because if we put out the goddom puts out a book on Indiegogo, the money will go to y'all. And then my book, while promoting the whole time, I will be promoting both at the same time, and on Indiegogo and on my channel. And whoever has a channel can help promote, and the money will go to whoever we choose or whoever helps. While we're small right now, I will be able to, everybody who contributes will get, and it will go to you totally. None of it will come to me, even though I might help write the story and stuff. But no, I won't need it. Like I said, I got so many stories. All I really need to do is do my own work. What we would do is create the story, hire an artist to handle it, and the artist will handle it. We pay him but he'll have to agree to take money from the campaign. I can't pay up front. So once that's done, the campaign, however the campaign's done, that will be divided amongst the people who contributed. While we're small, everybody who contributes, that probably be the whole chat if you want to contribute. But as we grow and we get bigger, we'll draw numbers so that there's not like 1,000 people, splitting it, getting only like 50 cents or $1 or two, however much, I'm just making a joke. uh, yeah, so, and that's my intentions. I'm going to make a video explaining all of that. That's where it'll be out there for people to, I don't have to keep explaining it every story time. And so basically, I was thinking about the alphabets and the SJWs, because a lot of gays and lesbians and transsexuals and all that, and this is my problem with them, that they don't speak out more against these people who are speaking in their name and really ruining it for them, because a lot of SJWs are ruining sports for women with these transsexuals in sports who are blowing away their records. And I think they should create a separate divisions and let the men and women, whatever gender they were before and are now. I said I wouldn't get into it at all, whether the gay, lesbian, any of that stuff. Stay away from it. I don't want to really. I would only ask one question because I don't understand. I would only ask one question of anybody, man, female, transgender, whatever, but especially men and women who are not experiencing. And then those who are experiencing. I would love to find out. I would love to understand this question. I would love to know, what does it feel like to be in a man's body or a woman's body? I don't know the answer to that question myself, because I truly don't know what it feels like. I have no frame of reference. I've never been in a dog's body. I've never been in a woman's body. I've never been in any body but this. And my body as it is slightly flawed. So I only know what it feels like to be in this body, and I don't know what it feels like to be a male body as opposed to a woman's body. I can only make assumptions. I have no understanding of that time of the month and cramping and what it's like to use pads and all of those things. I have no, or use diaphragms and all of that stuff. I have no idea. I can't speak on it. Bras. I have no idea. Makeup. That stuff is totally over my head. So if anybody who sees this stream and would like to give me a heads up, I don't care who you are, regular, straight, twisted, bent, gay, lesbian, trans. You notice I'm not including y'all in the twisted and bent. So don't say that I'm including y'all in that. I separated everything. I think before I speak. And this is a legitimate question. Yeah, y'all say that y'all want to engage, which I think that's what this whole pronoun or grammar crap that they are on is all about. They want to engage. Why do you want to engage? I don't want to walk the street and have somebody walk up to me, hey, black man, tell me your favorite foods and stuff so that I can understand what they... No, I don't need that. I just need you not to disrespect me. That's it. I don't need you to engage. And that's what this whole pronoun crap has got to be about. Because if you walk up to somebody and then you have to ask them that's an unnecessary question to me. Now, what if I said I wanted to be called a god. There's I might have mentioned this, and I definitely mentioned this in other videos. But the 5%ers, that's what we used to call them, 5%ers. I think it's 5%ers. Back in the day, with the whole Elijah Muhammad and the Muslims, and with the Malcolm X, that whole organization that he belonged to. I had guys in my school, my Catholic school, he used to teach us the word, and I was fascinated with the whole God Allah, because he was saying how Allah was God because AALL and H, which is how you spell God. I mean Allah, ALLAH, is arm, leg, head. So that was one of his arguments to conversion, that God, there's no representation to man, and Allah has the representation directly to man because of the head, arm, LL thing. So I didn't fall for that. I was never a really big religious nut. I went to school. I love the stories. I collect all of the movies, Ten Commandments, The Robe. I don't have Davy and Goliath. I don't know if any of y'all know about Davy and Goliath from back in the days. I don't know Davy. Used to come on every Sunday morning. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. No, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. But that's how it came on. That was the music. This kid and his dog, Davy and Goliath. And it was done in claymation. And they would do the whole religious good and bad, teaching kids how to do the right thing. Every Sunday, there was nothing else on. You had no choice. There was only like 5 or 6 channels. So there was nothing else to watch. You woke up early because you got used to it going to school. You had to get up, eat breakfast. And so you had to get up when my parents got up, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So we'd eat and then wait around till 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock until we headed out to school. And in that time, we'd be watching TV, whatever early. Hold on, gotta clear my nose, sinuses. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, so stories like that, all of this stuff guides my storytelling, because though I might not believe those things, those battles between good and evil, pure, you got to remember, these were the first comic books. I don't care what nobody says. Moses, that's the first superhero, one of the first superheroes. And I'm sure before then, there was a lot of other guys. Because if it wasn't for heresy, the whole act of heresy back in the days, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, all of those dudes would have been comic book creators. They was already making statues of fantastic creations. Look at the whole Sistine Chapel. I know it has to do with God, but that's Michelangelo's rendition. The things they did was basically they had to stick to guidelines, because of if they painted something outside of those guidelines, they could be burned at the stake or put on the rack or something for heresy. You couldn't create freely like how comic book creators create today. We don't have like Jim and even Stan Lee had the authority on their ass after World War One. Was it World War One or after World War Two? But they had after World War Two with the comic book authority, where they had the code, where they had to restrict their ideas and the things that they could put in books, because some idiot SJW back then was putting limitations on comics, and now these idiot SJWs, these jackboot wannabes. That's what I call them, social jackboot wannabes. Because if you look up jackboot, that's what they do. They're using Disney's authority and Marvel's authority to put out their propaganda, just like Hitler. I used to watch this whole thing on one of those channels with the history. It was all about how Hitler came to power, and he didn't just jump in there. He was voted into power, voted in by the people, and he spewed propaganda, and then he said, "I wanted to expand our borders," and then he went back and then took over the shit that they lost in World War One, because they wasn't allowed. Germany wasn't allowed to spread. And then he started doing all of that shit he did, violating those people and all of those things. And it was the people, those very same people, who put him into our power. Because they voted him in because of all the propaganda. And that's what these social justice warriors are doing. And that's what pissing me off, because I'm trying to create a comic book, and I'm doing this in my 50s. I gave up on the idea because I never thought I would have an opportunity to put out a comic book. And then I'm looking online and YouTube. I've been on YouTube since 2007, 8. And just trying to learn. I was Nicholas K. I was doing a lot of streaming from him with learning how to paint and Photoshop and all of that. And so I had a lot of learning how to use Photoshop and excuse me, and 3DX Max. I think it's 3DX. And all of these programs, and I was using tutorials and on YouTube. And then when I did try to get into video gaming, a lot of the stuff that they was teaching me, I had already learned in YouTube. And people were saying, "Yo, where did you learn this? Where did you learn that?" I would say YouTube. And it came to me, why am I spending all these thousands of dollars when YouTube is so free? And I don't really care. I care about video games. I love video games. I got every system from PlayStation on, and every game I've ever bought, I still have. Genesis on. I didn't get in on the whole Intellivision and Atari thing. I had to go over to my friends to play those things. My parents was not buying nothing that expensive, so that was out. We would get just toys. We wouldn't even get the little handheld games because we had to put batteries in it, and she was not going to continuously be buying batteries. We were poor, but I didn't know. We didn't feel like it. Until after a while you get a certain age, and it's always no. I don't have no money for that. I had to build my first drawing table. I built it myself out of scraps of wood and a big plank of plywood. I got splinters, but I loved that table. I loved it. It was huge. It was huge. I loved it. But I got a new one I got from my nephew. The nephew who stole my comic books, at least two that I know of. The original double giant size, where the first showing of the new X-Men with Wolverine and Storm and them, that I had that book, and he took it and gave it away to some idiot at school. And as an adult, he never once came trying to replace my book, which I'm highly, because people need to take responsibility. But and then Silver Surfer, giant size, he was coming right at you on his Silver Surf, on his surfboard, and everything was just galactic space behind him. I think it was kind of red and black behind him, if I remember correct. And he was just coming at you. I might be wrong about the red and black, but I haven't seen that book in years, man. That's why I'm saying I would like to get, if I have a successful campaign, I'm going to replace those books. Definitely. But anyway, and catch up on some of the old stuff and maybe update my my books get a better quality of some of those books that I got when I was just a kid in the 70s that I didn't take too good a care of, like my all of my Claremont Burns stuff, because I was absolute nut over Burns, John Burns and Frank Frazetta. Those two are my heaviest influences in my art. John Burns, Bashima, and Frank Frazetta. Loved when I I I got to a comic book store and I saw my first John Byrne. I don't remember where I saw his art first. In some magazine or something. Could have been in some magazine. I don't remember because I used to collect Epic and heavy metal, so it could have been possible, but I don't know. Not back then. Not back in the 70s. I don't think I was collecting those kinds of books back then. But anyway, with this whole SJW thing, I figured the people, let me see, in the past of our story was a minor rebellion against an obscure group of people. I figured those will be the alphabets. And then they had a they didn't call themselves alphabets or alpheces, but SJWs type people. Basically, once their rebellion failed, they kind of aligned with them, and they became the alpheces. And the group, the alphabets, they kind of went underground and uh, kind of reassembling, rethinking. They know how weak they are. If you look at that video with that Kibble Smith talking about these new mutants, is it new mutants or new mutant something? But new warriors, whatever. It's either new warriors or new mutants. But anyway, if you look at him, first words out of his mouth, which basically, like I said, my power videos is all about wielding your power, having the will, the knowledge, knowing that it's in you, that your power exists in you. That knowledge alone. Um, I was making a video for, I made a video for um, my homegirl. Well, she's not my homegirl because she doesn't know who I am, but I watch her videos. Dan Fan, and her campaign was kind of not. She wanted to get it to 11th thou, and she only had like 8th thou, and I was trying to help out. As I heard Cecil talking about, he wanted to help her because he wasn't sure that she was Comicsgate, and I guess she doesn't identify as Comicsgate, even though she is. Because if you watch her videos, she's against the same things that we're against. But her team, she said in her video, her closeout campaign video, stream, that she didn't have she didn't want to offend her people because I was in there telling her not to close it out. Cecil wanted to help her, just say that she's Comicsgate, and she says no, she didn't want to offend the people in her team, and I would love to help her say that if they do drop out, that I would take up any slack. But I'm trying to do my own projects too, and to start on hers when I don't know anything about the characters. Uh, it would be a whole other. And then I'm trying to help my boy Gargoyle with this. He asked me to give him a group, so I was giving him that uh, bounty hunter group with the ferret. Ferret. I looked up ferret in the dictionary and it said ferrets are relentless. They hunt things. So I figured bounty hunters hunt things, making bounty hunters. And then I created the other characters around him in that Let me see. I hope that I can. Oh, I'd have to stop sharing. I would love to be able to pull up both at the same time, but I don't think it's going to show. Um, but anyway, they yeah, what the hell? Let me see. Let me stop sharing, and just so that you know what I'm talking about. Okay, this is Ferret, and the original. This is the original. Ferret's in the middle, and I think this guy, the little midget guy, is supposed to be. I think I was gonna call him Super Ball, kind of bounce around like Puck from Alpha Flight. And I didn't have a name for the guy with the gun aiming right at you, and I didn't have a name for the big dude. So yeah, uh, but and now I'm gonna put a female in here. I'm gonna put a female in the group, and I don't know who. Well, the big dude stays, except for he's not gonna be as big. I figure the big dude, the tallest guy on the group should be Ferret, right? And I'm gonna make the big dude shorter but stocky. You know, maybe like a beast, maybe not that big, but maybe I'm not sure. I figure it out. In the drawing, he's kind of big, but he's kind of muscular, but he's not really super bulked out. In this drawing, nope, nope. And here, that's him in the back on the right. And this guy with the eagle beak looking and the wings, kind of, that's going to be the sniper. I was thinking about changing him to a female because the wings are more delicate thing, and I think that would be better. Keep her out of danger, I guess, a little bit more. Even though women are not supposed to be treated that way in today's society. that's my misogyny, trying to keep women safe, even though they are looking for a safe space. Why do you need a safe space if you don't need to be kept safe? It's utterly ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I was watching a video in one of those where they bring a group of people together to complain opposing sides, and this black woman was in there talking about how strong a black woman she is, but she likes it that her man is weak. How are you strong if your man is weak? If you're a strong woman, you don't need to have a weak man unless you just need somebody to dominate, and you need somebody so weak that he won't rebel or buck against your power or your will. And that's what I think the whole SJW movement is. It's about people wanting to buck the system, and they want to make men abdicate. They know you're not going to give it up. So they want you to bow down and bend the knee. They want you to bow down, bend the knee, abdicate your position just because women. Woman. No, I call it the femogeny. The femogeny. Femogeny. It's like misogyny. Men supposedly hates women, even though I don't see where the hatred comes from. But okay, men hate women. Men created, if I'm not mistaken, when men created Black Widow. Men created super. I know for a fact a man created Wonder Woman, and this was a man with two wives. He had two women, and everything that he put Wonder Woman is was some sadomasochistic bondage crap in every episode, but nobody complained. And then Gloria Steinem back in the 60s claimed she was burning a bra and claiming Wonder Woman as a representation of freedom for women. Really? She was made by a man with 2 wives, 4 men. And you're going to try to say that you're claiming them. And now all of these women today are doing the same thing. They want to claim characters that these God-like people. And I'm not a person that gives up my power. I don't worship these people. I just think that people who create something that other people can escape for a few minutes, take that little escape into an adventure that exists nowhere else. There is no other. Mythology created a lot of fantastic, like Hercules and Ra and all of these different characters, Greek Zeus and all of this stuff. Everybody has these. We've been creating them since the beginning of time, something greater than ourselves. And it's the biggest freedom you can have is to create something. And especially without, and a comic book artist actually can do anything. A writer, he can write, but he can't really do anything. He's limited to that page. A comic book artist can do anything because he has, if you can't see it in a book, you can definitely see it in a comic. You can definitely, because you're getting the story and you're getting the visuals. Anything that can that crosses your mind that you can interpret into a drawing, you can create. And if you do it well enough, people will buy it. Ask Ethan Van Sciver. He's blowing my fucking mind. My frassing mind. He's blowing my frassing mind with this $400,000 in a week shit. God damn. If I can make it throughout my whole campaign, if I can make money like Zach, $100,000-$200,000 throughout the whole campaign, I will be doing backflips. I will be doing backflips, literally. I will be jumping out of my boots with joy because I'm not greedy. If I can get people to have faith in me and love my characters that much to where they want to throw that kind of money at me, damn, I could only wish. Because Ethan's got however many more years that he can retire making this kind of money. Shit, I got a lot less. I got a lot less because I gotta be close to 10 years older than him. So I gotta get mine going. I have to finish these drawings so that people can see my work. If you can see, there's technique there that you can see. All I have to do is fine tune it, put in the shading, the colors. I have technique. I'm not a weak artist. I am a very good artist. I can draw skinny dudes, big muscle dudes, even bigger hulking dudes, fat guys. I'm going to be drawing all of that because one of the characters in my story is going to be super fat. Super fat, and he's going to be big, kind of like the Blob from Marvel Comics, but I don't know. He might be a little, maybe more like Kingpin. Yeah, that's what I would say. More like Kingpin. He's going to have that kind of a build. And he's going to be Underworld too, but he's not going to be like Kingpin Underworld. He's going to be a lot more unassuming and dangerous at the same time. I'm telling you, this guy is going to be a tricky character, man. I call him Jonathan Guild. I think I kind of bit it off of Johnny Gill, the singer, but it's not a bite because there's a reason why I'm calling him Jonathan Guild. And I can't explain it to you right now because that would give away everything about this character. And I don't want to give that away now. It's a secret. It's something that has to be seen for yourself in the book. And so if I give it away, it will spoil the whole storyline, the whole cliffhanger, the whole surprise, and that'll be destroying my book. Why buy it if I'm telling it to you? So that's why I decided to create story time. I can create stories and do all of that good stuff right here on story time for you. For you, because I want you to trust and have faith in me and my storytelling. I want you to believe in me. I want you to know that I can draw, I can write. And I come from the 60s and 70s where we saw Cold War, espionage, um, detective stories from Dick Tracy. I grew up reading Dick Tracy in the funny papers, like like my mother used to say, the funny papers, the comic strips in the Sunday newspaper, Dick Tracy and Marmaduke and Family Circus and all of that, and Peanuts. Snoopy is my favorite dog in the whole wide world. No one ever made me laugh like Snoopy, except for the Pink Panther and the Ant and the Aardvark. Those old cartoons were hilarious, and I got them. I got Inspector Clouseau, Ant and the Aardvark, and I got. Do I have Ant and the Aardvark? No, I don't have Ant and the Aardvark yet, but I have Pink Panther. I have the entire collection of Pink Panther. I don't think I have the entire collection of Inspector Clouseau. I wish they had the entire collection. I've got DuckTales. I know I'm a 50-year-old dude watching DuckTales, but I used to wake up to a 40 and a blunt. I'll tell you, I used to deforestate some forestry and some wilderness and watch the cartoons on Saturday. DuckTales, Gummy Bears, which I have on DVD, and DuckTales I just got not too long ago. But the last season, the last collection, I should say, is extremely expensive. They want $50-something for it. When I bought the first three for like $15-20 each, somewhere around there. Why should I spend $57? It's retarded. But anyway, I'm not giving nobody that. And I think that's all part of the plan to force people into streaming. They're trying to price you out of buying videos and DVDs. It's all part of it. And Amazon is a streaming service. Don't fall for their game. They're playing the game, and I believe this whole SJW thing is to have people fighting with the people with their pawns. Think of it as chess. The queen doesn't give two craps about sacrificing those pawns. As long as it helps to protect the king and the queen, let them go. That's their job. So Vita, Ayala, all of these bottom rung people, you don't see Kathleen Kennedy giving up her job for no minorities or no marginalized people. How many board seats are held by transsexuals, gays, lesbians in Disney or in Marvel? I bet you none of them. I bet you they all Lily. Now, I'm saying if you want to be diverse, why are you trying to diversify the bottom rung? That's why I said later for that crap. Start your own company. That's what's so great about comic books. I am my penciler. I am my inker. I am my colorist, my letterer, everything. I'm my own industry right here in my own fingers. Right here. I'm my writer, creator, everything right here in my own fingers, right in the palm of my hand. So I can create my own industry. I don't need to beg please read me a bedtime story, Mommy Disney. The one with the black person in it. The one with the gay person in it. The one with the the trans, the one that's both, or changes. I don't, I don't want to be a beggar. I don't. So the Elfishis, they they are they are people. These these people have joined forces, right? And let me check. I haven't checked the chat in a while. Okay. These people have joined forces with the so-called justice warriors, and basically think of it as vampires and the familiars. The Elfishis, or the alphabet side of the Elfishis, basically are the really, really weak, and they went kind of underground until they started kind of becoming a little, I guess you could say, more like bag people, kind of they have their own society, but they kind of grungy. They're not stupid, or they're not chuds. They didn't become. I have an acronym for that chud. Uh, Cannibalistic, humanoid, underperforming, diversitists. Chuds. That's what SJWs are, because they're quick to feed on themselves. They quick to feed on us. They call us chuds. I'm proud to be a chud, because hey, if my work comes out as good as I'm expressing it to you, and it sells the way Golden Eagle, what's his name? Raging Golden Eagle, and Blade Devil, and Ethan Van Sciver, and Zach, and John Malin's books are selling anywhere in that range, 100,000 and better. I'll be happy. And I would be able to give away a lot of extra books, because, like I said, I have my Bible, and I will be able to create extra side stories, and basically I would be able to in my story, the might of Thug City. I'm going to be doing this week coming up. I'm going to be doing some morning art. I'm going to try and get up every morning and do morning art. If it doesn't come out to be every morning, it's going to be at least 3 to 4 times a week. At least. I'm going to try to get it at least that much, but I want to do more than that and start doing some designs for my characters. And yeah, so I'm going to have these guys out here. And I'm going to be doing some designs for my characters, start doing some world building a little bit. I'm not going to give away too much. What I will do is tell you about a couple of the bad guys that I'm going to be introducing, because the clandestine organization, you're probably not going to see you're going to see hints of them, people in shadow, and the people who are not in shadow, who are going to be basically leading up one or two of the factions. They probably not going to be around too long. So whoever takes their place are going to be the main staples for the ongoing storylines, and that might be a mysterious. I'm not sure. I haven't really gotten. I'm going to. Maybe I should do it during the story time. No, I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make a video, and then afterwards I'll show. But I watch videos on YouTube on how to write because I'm a better visual learner than I am a reading learner. The words can get a little when people write how to, they're usually extremely technical, and then with the proper English language, if you don't fully understand every word and everything, you can get kind of lost in the explanation. And with reading, that's how I do. I tend to get a little lost in explanations. So with reading, but if somebody spoke it to me or I can visually see it, I absorb it like a sponge. And so I got a subscription. My mom's hit me up with a subscription to Writer's Digest, and I had comprehended everything about the leaving off with uh, having conflict in every scene, even if it's very minor, just having a conversation with somebody and you disagree with them, that's conflict. And then you go on to whatever is happening in that scene, but you have some kind of disagreements, or even if it's a joke, you can have a joke where, y'all, come on, leave me alone, fellas. That's a conflict. It's just very, very minor. And so I read all of that stuff about leaving off every chapter with cliffhangers and um having these having the arcs of each character and the three acts and all of these character arcs and the character development, because that's mainly your story. I really want this to feel somewhat like it's not a fantasy, but how Game of Thrones was structured, how they had all of these characters in there and each one served a purpose. Even the gay guy. Oh, sorry about that. I closed my eyes and was speaking with my hands and tapped the mic. And so I um I want it to feel like that every character will eventually have some important role to serve. The gay guy from the Rose, what was the High Garden, he was a major turning point for their people, because their people was wiped out because of him being gay. They used that whole gay aspect and how forbidden it was to wipe out their entire family, and all to due to Cersei, the Mad Queen. I'll never understand why they made Daenerys go crazy so quick like that out of nowhere. She just flipped and just was mad. She didn't really sink into any madness. She just was there. She got a little pissed off a couple of times, and then boom, she's burning down everybody who even didn't have people who didn't have anything to do with anything. She was just killing everything, which made no sense to me. It was a utter ridiculousness, if you ask me. I thought it just chopped that whole story. I loved the first 6 seasons, even the seventh season. I don't like how they broke it down into, if it's 10 seasons of season, 10 episodes a season, you should make 10 episodes a season till it stops. Don't try to get people's money by cutting the season short and then charging the same amount and even more for the final seasons, and then you totally ass rape the whole storyline. It's just horrible. I hate what people are doing today, because Back in the day, people didn't do that. There's not too many stories that totally bomb right at the end. You're in love with the story and you're following it, dedicated. And then at the end, it's like, what? Why? Why? Please. Why? Game of Thrones is one of my favorite. I've never seen a fantasy that I've watched Lord of the Rings, and it doesn't compete with Game of Thrones. I'm sorry. I love Lord of the Rings, but it doesn't compete. It's I didn't have the grit and the ruthlessness and it had everything. Nobody was really a bad guy. It was that people are people, and people strive for what they want out of life. And if some people are ruthless and they're willing to step on people. And people might say that that's good and evil, but I don't. I believe that that's just nature. Um, I watch a lot of nature and science shows when I created my stories. Like I said, I hated, I like science, I like math because they're direct. And once you can understand that, one and one is always going to be two. And but social studies and all of these things, I didn't understand why I needed it. Never used it. And then in the 90s and early 2000s, I'm watching all of these history shows and war shows on History Channel and all of these learning channels and all of the IBCBBB or whatever those channels are with all of the history and Hitler and all of these things and Fall of Rome, Hannibal. Matter of fact, I bought a DVD all about all of the different major wars where they had guys come on talking about different Hannibal and wars from the Bible and different types of wars that happen throughout. And they do these little animated animatics of the war battles of the battles and everything like that. So I collected them because I wanted to be able to create war scenes, and I wanted to understand war tactics from back then. And I even got Sun Tzu and the Art of War and all of that. It's just a pamphlet, a manual, basically. It's not that thick. And maybe it's the abridged version or Art of War for Dummies. I don't know, but I'm gonna check it out. And all of these things. I bought the book, but I'd rather see it. I've seen a couple of documentaries about Sun Tzu, and yeah, I like the idea behind it, but people think too much. We're just people. We're just people. We're just animals, and we don't want to accept that. There's the saying or the riddle of if a tree falls in the woods and if there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? Of course it does. Of course it does. It's the arrogance of man that believes if a man isn't there to hear it, it doesn't exist. There's a theory that came out after video games hit the market that when a man turns around, the world behind him ceases to exist because he's not witnessing it. This is bullcrap. The world was existing long before man was here. Now, all because we're here, it ceases to exist when we not witnessing it. And that's what that whole, it's a riddle. It's meant to make you see the arrogance of man's thoughts. That if we're not there to witness it, that somehow it ceases to happen. If a tree falls and if it makes a sound while you're there, it's going to make a sound while you're not there. You're not that important. Mankind has already destroyed the planet in like, what, 1,000, 2,000 years? 1,000 years. Because since the Industrial Revolution, not even 1,000. That's when we really started. It's people is the problem. It's not food. It's not the meat we eat. Stop. Don't touch my meat. Don't touch my meat. You get rid of meat, and then what happens? You got to cut down more trees, and then you can't breathe in order to plant more food because you got to supplement that meat, right? So no matter what you do, you're going to kill yourself. It makes no sense. These people don't think. These people don't think. You stop eating meat to do what? Eat more vegetables? You have to supplement that. And then they cutting down. They say they're burning down forestry in Brazil and all of them just so that they can plant more soy. That's what happens. And so if you cut out eating meat, then what do you do with the cows? You just butcher them because they're still going to be farting and crapping and doing all of the things they belching, doing all of the things they do. It's not cows. It's not cars. It's not corporations or factories spewing smoke into the air. It's people. Without people, there wouldn't be an abundance of all of those other things. If there was a minimized amount of people, but people don't want to say that. We are a virus. It's just like having your germs on. There's bacteria living on your skin. You go to the moon. You don't even have to go to the moon. You look down from out of a plane. You can't see people walking on the streets 30,000 feet. You can't. You don't see people. All you see is ground from way up there. So it's just like germs and bacteria, organisms that live on your flesh. Most of them are there for good things. They eat the flesh, the dead flesh that falls off, and they're for a purpose. What happens when one of those germs decides that they're smarter than the average bear? I'm smarter than the average bacteria. And that's what man is. We think we're smarter. Oh, we create. No, we've been destroying since the day we started using fire to cook our food. Now we can't eat raw meat. Now our teeth rot from eating cooked food. I fed my Rottweiler raw chicken legs because he couldn't eat regular food, dog food, the impurities, the preservatives, and all of that crap settled into his bladder and gave him bladder stones. It cost me $3,000 to get him an operation, and then 4 years later, last March, coming up in the 31st, he died from a tumor. I think that's from putting that flea killing shit on his skin. I think it gave him a tumor. Either that or I bought him like that. But anyway, I miss him. But anyway, he ate. I was feeding him. They wanted me to spend like $50. I was spending $20, $30 on a 50-pound bag or 40-pound bag of food. And they wanted me to, the vet wanted me to spend $50 on a 17-pound bag of food that would keep him thirsty so that he would drink a lot of water and flush out his bladder. I couldn't afford to be spending that kind of money on a big ass dog like a Roddy. So I started cooking for him. So I had to cook for my mom's, me, and the dog. And got to be a much. Got to be a big much. And I would cook chicken for him every day and macaroni, vegetables, I would give him black beans, for the protein and liver for iron. I'd give him carrots and peas and celery. All of that, I mix it in with the macaroni and then put some gravy and black bean juice on it so that he would eat it. And then I realized that all I was doing was giving him the same problem that we got. His teeth was going to start rotting from eating cooked food. So I started giving him raw meat. I would buy chicken legs, and it made it a lot easier because I didn't have to feed him the same. Uh, one pot of food used to last one day, and I used to have to cook every day. But I cook a pot of macaroni with the vegetables in it, and then I give him the raw legs at night. I give him a few scoops of the macaroni in the morning and the two raw legs at night. And I would buy 40 pounds of chicken legs. I get to eat it. He gets to eat it. We was eating some chicken like some mugs up in here. But yeah, so now I got 40 pounds of chicken. I still buy it 40 pounds of chicken, but now it's just all for me. So and the liver and all of that stuff. I still eat. I still got boxes. I had 100 boxes of macaroni for him. So I'm working my way back to you, girl. I'm working my way through it. So that's old songs. If you hear me saying something like that, that's like the Four Tops from way back in the 60s. I'm working my way back to you, girl, with a burning love inside. Hey, I'm working my way back to you, girl. With a happiness that die. I let it get away. And paying every day. Boo, 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 boo. Hey. I thought. Okay, that's enough of the concert. And yeah, so anyway, people are people, and we've stopped cooking food, wearing clothes. We used to be able to drink out of anything of water, just like dogs go in the street and can drink water out the street. That's how we used to be. Now we can't do that. If you ever watch Naked and Afraid, you'll see you can't go into the wild and just drink like the animals do. When we used to do that, but that's not evolution. That's devolution. That's what's happening to us. We're becoming weaker, fatter, sloppier, slower. You got to imagine back then we had to get smarter. We was the weakest primates. We couldn't climb trees and we couldn't run. We wasn't strong enough like gorillas to fight off anything big. So we was prime targets. Too big to climb trees quick and too small to fend off predators. And we didn't have no big fang teeth. So yeah, so people are people and Elfiches. So we have the SJWs who are helping, like they basically like the the alphabets. I gotta make up a name for the alphabets part. I can't call them alphabets because I'm not trying to. I don't want it to sound like I'm making fun of SJWs. I might be using an aspect of them to create the storyline, but that's not what I don't want it to sound. When you're reading the story and you're reading the book and the pictures, you might say, that sounds a little bit like what's going on, but I don't want it to be blam right all in your face. Take this, SJW scum. I'm not trying to do that. So I got a few movies coming. I got it should be here soon. And I got some cables so that I can split my monitors because I got a couple of monitors. I bought some monitor splitters, the cables, and you can split your monitors. And if I'm able to do that and move things from one monitor to the next, if the computer can recognize it, that there's more than one monitor through these splitters, oh man, I'm going to be in business, because now I'll be able to have more than one monitor and I'll be able to see the chat without having to flip back and forth. I'll have 2 and 3 monitors set up so that I can do all of what I need to do. I've always had 2 monitors. With my other computer, I had multiple jacks for monitors in the back, and I had 2 monitors, and I used to hook them both up and slide stuff from one monitor to the next. And it was great. This new one, I thought I was getting a better version, and I've screwed myself because I bought it straight from HP, and I didn't really know what I was getting into. I'm not a computer guy, and I should have built my own, because they fused everything in the back. So there's only one monitor. I can't put multiple monitors. It's ridiculous that somebody would want to buy a computer from a computer company and they would make it so limited like that. So next time I'm going to go to a computer place, buy me a computer, Micro Center or one of those places, and buy me a computer, all the parts, and build it myself later for that. It probably costs the same thing, same $1,000 or whatever, and I'll be able to get a nice heavy duty graphics card. I'm going to get it so that I can play video games, and I'm going to have a big ass 30, 40, 50-inch screen so that I can, when I go and start playing video games, I can have a nice huge screen, because I don't want to play video games on these 20-inch monitors. They're still tiny because they're widescreen, so they're still small. Widescreen is not as big as a square screen. If you say 20-inch square screen, 20-inch square screen, 20-inch square screen. Say that 3 times fast. 20-inch square screen, square screen. It's a little bit bigger. Back in the days with those big box TVs, the screens were a little bit bigger. So when the wide screens came in, I was resistant, but you do see more of the film when you got there. So now I play video games on a huge TV. I bought one years ago. Ever since I got my first 36-inch TV. Well, I bought my first 19-inch. I had a 13-inch when I was a kid, and then black and white, and then I moved up to like 19-inch when I got my first job with that $2 an hour joint. And then when I got my better job, I moved up to a 36-inch Sony, and then I got my first 60-inch, but it was a projection TV, and you had to keep changing the bulbs. I hated that. I made a mistake. I didn't know that I had to keep changing. So this one was cheaper than that one, and for some reason I bought an older version. I guess it's a 4K, but I got it cheaper. It was less than $1,000. And then I got 250 inches for less. Well, my nephew broke one of my TVs, so he had to buy me. He had to replace it, and I got a 1080p because I didn't want to make him spend. I knew that TV wasn't worth $200-300, so not anymore. At least my mother got all. I think I spent like $600-700 for that TV for my mother back in the day, and he broke it, and I knew it wasn't worth that much anymore, so but I got for like $200-300. I got a nice 50-inch 1080p TV. So I could have got a 4K. And so anyway, I wanted to have at least 2 TVs, because downstairs where I had the 70-inch TV, my mother's TV was right next to it, and hers is a Mitsubishi, but that was from back in the 90s, and you can play video games on that. And she had a nice one, and it was a really good one, because projection TVs, they always fade when you move to the side or in the corners. Not hers. Even to this day, is still running strong and good, high quality. So there's two big TVs in the living room, and I used to be there watching my TV with the sound all the way down or playing video games, and she would be there watching her TV with it all turned up because she was hard of hearing, and then I'd have the closed circuit on just in case. So I'd be on mines watching closed circuit or closed caption. I mean, sorry about that, closed caption with the hard for hearing subtitles on the bottom. And I would have mines on the subtitles because I had it down so low that I couldn't hear over her TV. And or I'd be playing video games on mine because my projection TV was capable of playing without getting that burn of the character in the center of the screen, because your characters always stay right in the center of the screen. No matter how you turn, the character stays right in the center of the screen, and that image will get burned into the screen on old projection TVs. And this newer version, it didn't happen like that. But now I got the 4K. So, but anyway, the Alfichis, I got to create a name for the original group. The SJW group are basically just people who basically came to their help, sympathizers. They wanted to help them because they lost their rebellion, and they felt that they were marginalized, and they want to help them in any way possible. So they secretly united and used guerrilla tactics to acquire technology and biological resources to enhance themselves and become stronger, smarter, because they realized they were just too weak. They didn't have what it takes, neither mentally or physically. They're smart, but they're not genius level smart. That's why they needed help of these other people, because you're talking about people just like a lot of these, like this Kibblesmith guy. Excuse me. This Kibblesmith guy, the words that, can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth if you like Rush Hour? The guy says superhero comics, people in superhero comics intimidated him. Really? That tells stories as thick as a dictionary. How can you be afraid of an imaginary character? I was intimidated by Night Thrasher because he had these blades that came out of his wrists or some crap like that. So, gosh, he must have been absolutely petrified over Wolverine or Apocalypse or any of those other guys. What? How could you possibly be intimidated? That's your reasoning? I figure the guy has just been so terrified as a kid. Some black athlete jock must have picked on him and his cheerleader girlfriend. So this is his payback by creating Snowflake and Safe Space. So Snowflake and Safe Space. This is the typical jock. Yeah, that's what this is his thumbs up, his Asamada for you. That's what that is. He's saying, here, take this. I bet you he probably gave him the same name as his what's the word? Agitator. Yeah. So he speaks, everything that comes out of his mouth just speaks, I'm weak. I'm weak. I've always been weak, and I'm frightened. I'm frightened and scared. And that's what's wrong with a lot of people. They come from how could you ever have power if you operate from, it's just like the Green Hornet. If you operate from a place of fear, how could you possibly gain power? Because power is about confidence. The Green Lantern, his constructs, if he has fear, they become weak. They break apart. And it's just like power. If you know, if you don't know nothing about your knowledge of yourself, and you know that you have strength inside of yourself and you have confidence in yourself, that's your power. That's part of your power. The strengths are all of the things that you can acquire, education, everything outside of yourself, education, clothing, money. Money's a big thing because it influences others. Other people want what you have when you have a lot of money. They become jealous, they envious, they worship you, all of these things. Power, strengths is just part of your power. Money is not power, because plenty of people win lottos and lose every dime they have, millions and millions of dollars, and they lose it all because they think they big papa and start giving it away because they can't say no. These are weak. This is weakness. This is weakness. I'm gonna do a video about why people give up power. And so weak people, they can't have power, so they beg for it. And that's what it is. That's what we're seeing with SJW culture. They they can't do it for themselves, so they either attack people weaker themselves. That's why they want to dress little boys up in dresses and take away their ability to choose. When they're the ones that's always saying how they're born this way and they need you all to understand this, and that you should be understanding and accepting, and but you're doing the same. You're trying to make other kids as confused, self-loathing, self-hurting as you are. Why would you do that if this happened to you? If I experienced a bad experience like that, or that's something that you deem to be a bad experience, why would you wish that on someone else? It's like people who get AIDS and then go around and try to give it to other people. Why would you want to wish something on someone else like that just because of what somebody else did to you? I wouldn't want to do that. Nature, see, that's what's so much better about nature. Nature, there's no vengeance. People are so afraid of dying from diseases and car crashes and all of this stuff. But imagine what it's like to be in the wild and having a predator grab you, drag you to the ground while another predator rips your stomach open. The agony, the slow agony. Yeah, I think of shit like that. I watch nature shows. Like I said, my first characters come from nature. My first characters came from nature. And then I started expanding my horizons to outer space. And so those are my favorite things that I used to watch is outer space. Ever since I was a child, outer space shows and nature shows. Watching lions go to war with hyenas and chimpanzees and apes and hippopotamus. Hippopotami are more dangerous than rhinos. More people in Africa die from hippopotamus attacks and elephant attacks than rhinos and alligators, crocodiles, and shit. Because hippopotami are some dangerous fucks, man. They big, heavy, and fast. Powerful creatures, man, just bowl your ass over. And I grew up watching these hippopotamus, like, what's his name? The hurricane hippo holla. uh what's his name? The hippo. Something the hippo. During Magilla Gorilla and all of that. Magilla Gorilla for sale. And Peter Potamus, that's his name. Peter Potamus. With the hurricane, the hippo hurricane, a holler. Uh, Wild E. Coyote. I still love all of those shows. If I could buy all of them, I would. I'm OD watching that shit. I have so many different cartoons from the back in the day. Thundercats, G.I. Joe, Transformers, uh, Yeah, I already told you about my silly stuff. I don't collect the Smurfs. No, that's going too far. Even though Gummy Bears it's fun. It was a fun cartoon. I like the bouncing and the song. Dancing in the ring of water, sharing a song with the secret of gummy berry juice. Fashion is growing, they take pride in knowing they fight for what's right and whatever they do. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure that's beyond compare. They are the gummy bears. They are the gummy bears. Yes, I still know the song. I watched it at least last year, so because I bought it like last year or the year before sometime. So yeah, I like that song. I've always liked that song. I like that cartoon, and I'm not gonna be ashamed of it. But I also collect things like Jason and the Argonauts from back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 60s, with all that Ray Harryhausen uh, claymation animation, uh, all of that stuff. Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, uh, Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, 20 million miles to Earth. That's about a monster crashing to Earth and then growing. He's was it a spaceship or an asteroid? That was in black and white. That's expensive, otherwise I would already have it. I got The Thing from Outer Space. The one with James Arness used to play Gunsmoke. He was the Thing. That the one that James Cameron remade. Yeah, there was a black and white version, and it was just a man in a suit, and he was a plant creature. I got to do videos on all of this stuff. Uh, People seem to like the videos. My Angels with Dirty Faces has gotten like 40, 50 views. All of my others is down in 20s and teens. So they like the videos with the old. I got Tony Curtis and Black Shield of Falworth. That's knights and the chivalry of men back in the Middle Ages. I like all of that Robin Hood stuff. I got a bunch of Errol Flynn movies, Black Captain Blood and Black something. I got a bunch of his stuff. I got a lot of that stuff. I want to have my collection. I got old cowboys, westerns, you name it, Steve McQueen, John Wayne. I got all of this. So all of these genres, y'all are limited. Y'all are limited today. Y'all only get these little spectrum of stuff, only cop stuff. Y'all don't get no detective stuff. Y'all don't get any cowboys and westerns. Y'all don't get no fantasy stuff the way we got it. Y'all don't get all of that stuff. That's the military war shit. Y'all don't get it the way we used to. That used to be a staple of Hollywood. Between the knights and chivalry and the detective stories and the war movies and all of that, we had movies because nobody complained about all of that crap back then. But now everybody's whining and crying. No, we don't want 1917. They want to cancel 1917 because there's no black people or minorities, or people of color, or no marginalized people. In 1917, in a British war, one of those, they had black people and marginalized people. Really? Really? You mean your brain is so small that you can't think for a second? Just enjoy the story that they're trying to tell. Angels with Dirty Faces, James Cagney, an entirely white cast. They have the Bowery Boys. They didn't call them the Bowery Boys back then, though. They call them the East Side Boys or one of them. And it was a great story, all about this gangster got out of prison and he wanted what was his. Humphrey Bogart was in there, James Cagney, and a few other big names from back then. I don't know those guys as well as my parents did, because they came from 1939, 1935, something like that, way before my time. It's basically like 10 years, 10 to 15 years after the onset or the creation of moving pictures. So this is very early in movie making. So if you can't just sit back and enjoy the stories people are trying to tell without worrying about John Wayne said black people shouldn't have power until they're taught. So what? I don't care about his politics. I like Big Jake. I like the Searchers. I bought all of them. The Searchers, uh, Rio Bravo, uh, 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 Rio Bravo, El Dorado. I got them all. I don't care about his politics. He made good movies. Uh, Charleston Heston, major film actor. Ten Commandments, one of my favorite movies ever. Ben-Hur, and he's a bigot. He was a bigot, and he showed it in Fahrenheit 9/11, or one of those, or the second one that Michael Moore made. He showed his bigotry. But you think I'm going to stop me? You think I'm going to throw that movie away because Charleston Heston is a bigot? No. Ten Commandments is one of the best movies. There's hardly any fighting in that movie, but it engages you. You have to see what's happening next. That's character development. Why would I throw away something so perfect at trying to teach me how to create stories? And that's the way I look at it. I have a library of teaching tools, from Star Wars. And not only that, the wisdom. People don't realize all of the wisdom that's imparted in these stories. You can learn shit from anywhere. There are things that you can learn. Look at Star Wars, total fantasy. But one of the most important lines in that movie, to me, Obi-Wan says, Han Solo says to the crew, when they're about to get boarded, they get tractor beamed and brought onto one of either the Death Star. I think it is the Death Star, and they hide underneath the floor panels of the Millennium Falcon, and Han Solo says, "I don't know why I'm following this old fool," and Obi-Wan Kenobi says, quite gently and with all the wisdom, "Who's more of a fool, the fool or the fool who follows him?" That is wisdom. So if people insist on following these cowardly, frightened people, do you blame the cowardly, frightened people or the ignorant, which must be even more cowardly people that would jump on board behind these obvious weak people where they have no arguments? It's just because. That's it. That's the whole argument. Because diversity, marginalism. No, you marginalize yourself. You marginalize yourself. Come together. If y'all came together and created your own industry, then you would tell them, "Go kiss my butt," right? Look at Oprah, look at Magic Johnson, and look at Tyler Perry. That's an industry. Are they creating anything for black people? All those black actors out there, are they creating an industry? I bet you there's plenty of black actors begging for a spot. But I don't see them creating. They have a TV with Oprah. They got movie theaters with Magic Johnson. And they have a studio with Tyler Perry. All you need are actors. But why? Because they have affiliations with other people who won't allow that, or them themselves won't combine to create the business or the industry. So don't ask other people to provide for you when you have the capability yourself. And this is what I'm trying to do right here. I'm trying to create my own industry where every station from the bottom to the top I control. And if you, whether who you, I don't care who you are, if you're gay, lesbian, black, Asian, of any rich, because I don't know why they lump all of themselves together over there. But if you're Asian, African, um, Australian, Lebanese, I don't care where you're from, and you're crying about diversity, get together with the people of your culture and create your own shit. Stop begging. Show some balls, grab your sack, show your own will, your own power, and take the reins of the cart into your own hands and guide your own, steer your own ship. Stop begging for Mama Disney to read you a story. I'm trying to read my own bedtime story. If I had children, that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be asking for nobody's diversity. I create my own stories and read them to my kids myself. That's what you should be doing. That's diversity, not begging. Okay, so that's what these guys here are trying to do. They're trying to they're trying to be like SJWs and alphabets and come together and steal, borrow, beg, do whatever they got to do to create a new rebellion, a new uprising. And they start kidnapping, they start doing all kinds of things like kidnappings of important people, industrialists, politicians, anything that anyone they feel contributes to whatever it is that people are fussing about. Their gripes of civilization, society that won't help them, that won't give them the stage that they want to stand, or the soapbox that they want to stand upon, or won't give them the power that they think they deserve for just being weak and marginal, not marginalized, marginal, because that's what they've done to themselves, because they refuse to grab their sacks and stand up like men and women and do shit for themselves. So basically, they start stealing. They become uh, the Elfishis. Uh, I created the name because I don't like these people. So I noticed that a lot of times when you create a nice name for character, for groups, or for a character, if you can make it sound similar to something else, like let me see, uh, like Glock, or see if Glock has a powerful sound to it. So if you can put that into a name, it it doesn't have to have a G, it doesn't have to, but that lock or block or something like that, talk, clock type of aspect, or um, there are others. I just can't pull one off from the top of my head right now, but there are other names that I've heard that sound like other words, like Skrilla might sound like thriller, Skrilla, the scroll, the scroll. That sounds like skull. See, and it'll take your mind when you hear it. Your mind hears it. Your mind hears that representation. So, in creating this name, I was thinking of something. And not like I said, I was by myself. I had nobody to bounce turns off of. So I just said feces, like doo doo. Doo doo people, feces. And I combined alphabets with feces. And instead of the S, I put an H in there and called them the Elfies. So, and I guess basically that's what I'm trying to get that sound. So now it sounds a little, it sounds a little bit like, nope, yes. That was my intention, to make it sound a little. That's right, Ewan McGregor, the person who helped destroy Birds of Prey. I'm going to do a video about him because it has to do with power. I know I'm late. I know I'm real late, but it has to do with power. The same thing I'm talking about. These people have no idea about what power is. He cheats on his wife and his kid and then wants to blame all men, talking about misogyny, while he's playing a gay guy. Isn't playing a gay guy and putting misogyny in there, disrespecting gay men, not regular, what they call cis men, regular normal men? I don't know what cis means anyway, so I'm not going to use the term. I understand that it's supposed to refer to regular people, but I don't know the direct terminology, so I won't use it because I don't want to be using it incorrectly. So yeah, people want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be weak and have power. Well, you have to work on making yourself strong before you can have power and wield it. So that's what these people are trying to do. They're trying to make themselves strong through abnormal means, using technology and kidnapping scientists and all kinds of things and doing all kinds of yummy good stuff like that. And basically from here, I have to create the group, the names, people, individuals, companies. I have to create some let me see, government structure, or you have to create military things or some kind of police force, task force that they use to quell the rebellion. I have to create see, I'm gonna have to start writing this stuff down. Have to create characters. I'm gonna have to create locations. I'm gonna have to create groups and organizations, companies, or maybe you'll have that in here too. Groups and organizations, companies. Yeah, we can put that in here too. What else can we put here? What else will we need? We'll need people, characters. We need characters, the main characters, and maybe we might need some. Can I move this? Oh, I think I can move this. I think there was some kind of way of sliding one over. Let me see. Delete, maybe. Nope. This has some kind of sliding mechanism. I just don't remember. This is an old program. I had it on my laptop back when I had Vista. And I just like the way it works, the whole aspect of it. They say that you gotta buy it, but after I found it and downloaded it, they said I had to buy it in order to use it or something like that. And I tried to buy it, but the website is shut down. It wouldn't, wherever it said, it wouldn't take me to the website. So I'm using it. So I like it. It's a decent program. I like it better than the other one I have. I have another one called uh, How to Write from How to Write a Novel. And this one I'm able to save and have a separate file that I can go and pull up in my files. But in the How to Write, you can't do that. Everything is in the program itself. You pull up everything in the program. You can't go into your thing like here and find the program in here and then go into the file and look at it and then click on a file. That's how I had it set up in my laptop. I had all of the files set up, and then I would go in and I put in bitmaps so that I had pictures instead of these file folders like this. I had pictures that represented the folder, and then I could just click on the picture. I had a bunch of bitmaps like crosses with thorns around them, different types of crosses, different types of animals, and different types of depictions, different planets for different. Because I got my world for Stone God story, my assassin story, my twin assassin story. I got I got a demon story with about the having to do with the Pope and the Vatican and all of that. And then I got another end of the world story about uh, basically what do you call it? Not retribution. Revelations. It's basically just the end of the world. It just starts happening. And then I have another one where it's man-made apocalypse, a man-made apocalypse, and that has no real supernatural stuff in it. It's just people going at people. But the other stories, the Stone God story has a fantasy story. The Twin Assassin story is a future story, like Blade Runner. Um, what else? I have a gods come to Earth story, but they're not really gods. I have aliens come to Earth. I have a whole hell of a lot of stories. It's just that off the top of my head, I'm blanking because I'm focusing on a few main stories that trying to write and finish. I'm trying not to create any more characters anymore. I haven't been focusing on that. It took a few weeks, but I I, I think I've only created one or two in the last month because I don't want to create any more characters. I have to start focusing on my stories and flushing them out. And being that this character in my in might of the might of Thug City, the lead character, he was a character that I created not too long ago. Um, did I download this character yet? Did I have him? I think he's in here somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I could show a picture of him. Is he in here? See, these guys are from my Stone God story. These are updated versions. Oh, I don't know if y'all can see it. Hold on. I don't know if y'all can see. Nope, you can't see it. Nope, 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 nope. I gotta stop sharing. Stop sharing and share. And let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is a updated version of other characters that I had created. Let me see if I can get this moving. This thing is in my way. Hide this and move this. See, these are some characters. These are just random drawings. This is just a random drawing. He ain't had no neck, all, all meat, fat neck. I didn't even design any costumes. They were just fighting. The top part was good. Here she goes. She's fighting. She was using some kind of psionic abilities, blasting this robot. This guy's using his abilities. I should have finished this. I gotta. Just like Zach says, this guy down here is focused. Everybody else is just fighting. Maybe I have to have some kind of play, drives your eye through the picture, but I don't know if I did that here. See, this is one of them. This is my Stone God good guys. These are all the main characters. This is another one. He kind of had like Wolverine claws, but he's not because he's a black bear. So he's got black bear claws, and they don't come out of his hand. They come out of his gauntlets, his wristbands. So, man, I didn't steal. I kind of stole. This guy is another dude that I created long ago. I call him Bloodbath. And these two in the back, I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to create a team to go with him. So he's got his shield and a nice badass sword. I think I used gold ink on this guard here. I use a gold like metallic ink on here. So I gotta do a lot. I'm telling you, man. He has claws too. He's kind of like a Felinicus type character. Type of feline base. Kind of looks like a lion in the face a little bit. He got those black lips. Sort of like Apocalypse with the dark lips. I forget. There's some other character that I've seen that had that kind of look, that lion face look and the black lips. I seen it in a anime called Crystania, Legend of Crystania. They had those guys in there, Tiger Man and Lion Man with the black lips. That's my main character. Yeah, that's one of my main characters in my Mike story. You're gonna see him come to life. This is the first version that I drew of him. I ran out of that ink color. I love this red color, and I ran out of it, so that's why he's darker here. But yeah, I was coming into mines back then. This is an 80. This is an 80s, man. And this is the first version of my characters. This is the original. This is, if you see Fire and Ice with Ralph Bakshi, Fire and Ice with Ralph Bakshi and Frank Frazetta. They did that. Frank Frazetta's work. Them big bootied women. Boonky. Yeah. I was learning back then. I would have put a lot more moss and stuff like that on everything. But I'm learning. I've learned since then, I should say. So these were the first renditions of my my wolf pack, I called them, because Dark Wolf, I think, was the character, the savior, or he wasn't the main character. Lauren was the main character, but Dark Wolf was like a backup character, and he was stronger than the lead character, much stronger. Look like they sorry. He was referred. There was a reference like he was some kind of prince. He lost his kingdom, and due to Necron, and his wolf bitch mother, Juliana. And they had basic clothing. They didn't have a whole lot of clothing on. They was just like this, basically wearing what do they call these? Loincloths. And Dark Wolf had this hood on his face. So that's why I created them with the hoods on their face. And this guy was going to be a bull character who had horns pop up. And this guy is the bear character who's going to have claws come out of his braces. And this guy, I kind of fumbled around with him, call him Fisher, kind of like Wolverines, but different. They're dark, different coloring. They call them Fishers. Come from the same badger beaver family, type like that. And I didn't know what I wanted. I think I eventually had him wielding a sword. I think that's him right here. Yeah, that's him right there. He got that sword, or yeah, see, he got blades. He got one blade going across his back, and one up above, coming up his shoulder. I don't know if that's going to be an axe or what. I don't remember. Tell you the truth. See, I put this little sphere there. They was going to have my magic crystal balls or something like that. Everything about them was going to be kind of magical. So, yeah, man. This is what I'm saying. I don't like some aspects of this guy's leg, even though this is one of the better poses at this time of my life. I was struggling a little bit with my positioning and how I created my characters. But you can see I was doing some cross hatching and stuff back here in here with the pencil work. So I don't know. I think I shouldn't have too much problem with getting it down. Look at all on his shoulders. I did cross hatching. I don't see why I'm so afraid now to try. I gotta get in there, man. Start doing my works. Ah, ha, ha, ha. This is the first cybernetic character that I ever created. It came out good. It came out good, man. And you can't see that this character right here shows some pretty decent artwork. More crisp, more defined with the pencil lines and the line work. Everything was, that's what I'm saying. It's not like I can't do it. It's just that I haven't been taking the time to. I've been doing this blurry type of hard, thick line look. And I have to see all of this sloppy more. I realize what they say, but I like it thick like this. I like that type of look. That's how I am. But I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna find my inking style, and I'm going to improve. There's another one. There's another one. I think I'm gonna improve upon this guy too. I wanna that whole face thing that he got going on, wrapping around his head. That's gonna go away. I gotta find a different designs for that. But I like how he's connected. Sorry, I like how he's connected to his rocket thing there. I'm gonna improve upon all of that. Do some more drawings. Like I said, I was supposed to do some drawings this morning, but I was up last night cooking and playing video games. I haven't played in a while. I bought a bunch of games last year, the end of last year for Christmas, for a hot Black Friday, and I have never played any of them. The Division, all of these games. So I decided to pick up and plug them up and load them onto the hard drive and do everything needed to. That's a Fantastic Four, my version of the Fantastic Four. See, I had to using the scanner. I have a wand scanner, and I can only do half the page at a time. So I have to do them half, and then bring them in and to Photoshop, and then combine them to make the whole picture. And this shield over here, yep, you guessed it, from Sue over here. See, I have to do something different with this because it doesn't look like she's trying to produce a shield. It's like she's trying to push him back. So, I'm sorry about that. Like I said, I was up all night, and usually around this time, I'm catching them cat nap. So, oh, this is one of the pictures. I've got this hole. Hold on. I know I got this. I got these holes somewhere. Um, meh, meh, meh. Let me see. Let me see if I can share this application. Let me see. No, it's not here. It's not here. Let me see. Let me see. Is it in here or is it my projects? My projects. My projects. See, Mike. I was drawing Mike. See, this is a version of him right here. I was trying to draw him, paint him in Photoshop. See? Oh, I gave him a hammer. Hmm. You see how I was doing? I think I put too much striations for the rib cage. It's too heavily striated. I like the abdominals. The pecs was coming out really good. I was supposed to be finishing that, but I never got back to it. Never got back to it, man. Yeah, I'll get back to it one day. One day, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll tell you. I'll get back to it. I'll do it right. I swear. Yeah, all of these. And then this is another one I was doing right here. I was liking this. This was coming out pretty decent too. Look at that. Pretty decent. It is pretty decent. I had to work on this fist. She looks horrible. Yeah, I gotta create this ball, and then I have to cast light from this ball all over everything. So I was trying to do one of Bob Ross's nice little black canvases, and then he makes things pop up from out of the black. I loved that shit back in the day. So this is my attempt at a black canvas. So I gotta finish it. I gotta learn that painting thing so that I can do some painted covers too. I'm not trying to limit myself to anything. These are two different versions. Look at the arm. Look at the arm change. I turned it. I turned it back. It was too straight. See, it's too straight. It was too. It was too turned in right here. It's too. The elbow is too far out, in my opinion. Too turned around, and his bicep. It was too straight. It looks too straight this way, and this one is turned more like this way. And this is a pet peeve of mine. People who don't know how to turn the arm. The elbows back here, and then the biceps should be turned in towards the body. And this is more looking straight ahead of him, and the triceps are straight back, and it doesn't look right. The elbow should be more towards the back side of the arm. And same with this. I forget what this part of the forearm is, but that's what I did. I changed it. That's why. See, now the bicep is turned a little bit more towards the rib cage and the pec, and the elbow is more slightly back this way, and then the pec, forearm muscles just striate down. I gotta improve and complete that. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry about that, peoples. I'll try not to do that too much more. And I think that's it for that. And one of these days I gotta go through all of this stuff and finish up. But let me see, what was one of my artworks? Is it in her and her and her? Yeah, here we go. I gotta finish this one right here. I gotta do this. I want to use that for my new page. He's gonna be Indigenous Monstrosity instead of that old drawing of that monster. I don't even know it. That monster was to be a wild animal, or not a wild animal because he got a belt on. So he's going to be controlled by one of the wizards or one of the people on the planet. And my stone guy started opening my mouth. I think it's opening my mouth. It's just causing the yawning. Yeah, he's supposed to. I don't know who the big head guy is. I was just doing some drawings and considering what could be. And yeah. And there she is. Hold on again. I gotta blow my nose. I thought I muted you, but I didn't. Sorry. But anyway, yeah, I gotta ink this and color it. I gotta finish her design because she needs something more than this. Some boots, and this is the one that I was trying to add to, because this one didn't have. I drew two of these. One doesn't have the brick and certain aspects of her design, their design. I think I added braces and the weapon in his guy's hand, and I changed the position or two of one of the characters, or one of the bad guys, the villains, the monsters. Oh, there we go with Ferret. She's a demonic. I'm not sure if she's demonic. Yeah, she's a demonic character. These are her demonic minions. Because I have a couple of females that I intend to bring forward. So this is a demonic crew, and we have a bunch of different creatures here. So I definitely, and see, I'm inking this. This is what I call bad bitch. Well, I first I call it brawl, the brawl, but now I call it the bad bitch because look at her, she fucked these two big motherfuckers up, and then there's three more coming in. And I know Zach said he don't like it, and I don't like it either. But she's got strength. She's got character and strength. So her beating up two big burly monster type orky type. Even though I don't call them orcs, that's not my story. But in order to help y'all better understand and relate, then I can I'm gonna finish these guys on the back. I'm gonna put each character on a different layer, and then I'm gonna finish them, and then I'm gonna color it, And this is going to be my first time coloring. Well, this is going to be my first time inking too. Tell you the truth, it's going to be my first time inking. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It could be a lot better. It could be a lot better if I did that a little smoother. Uh, yeah. Yeah, but she's coming. She's pretty good. Yeah, I had to fine tune a couple of things. I don't like what's happening right here with her forearm. That has to close up here a little. But other than that, yeah, she's coming along. She's coming along pretty good, pretty good. I gotta finish and then I have to figure out something to put in this background above their heads. Some kind of a castle or some kind of scenery back there. Window, doorway, something. Something has to go back there and take up that space. And then I'm do a pattern on the floor too. So yeah, this is the before. That's the before. That's the after. Made the hair a little bit bigger. Yeah. So yeah, baby. Oh, the beheaded. Yeah, I call this one the beheaded. Lop this dude's head off. The only thing is, I don't know how she got a hold of his hair. I realized afterwards how she get a hold of his hair to get his head and cut his head off. She would have had to have had her arms crossed underneath her, the sword hand underneath, grab the head, and that's a Lion Creek character that I was creating. That's another character of mine. I can't talk about him. His name alone is another one that'll. Oh, his left shoulder is tiny. I have to rebuild. I have to redo this one. See, he's really big. Yep. So, oh, see, this is happens when the scanner, that one scanner, if it skips or if you don't roll it right, it does this and cuts away at the image. And that's what happened here. That's why his chest is missing and it all cut away. So I don't know how to fix that. So I'm gonna have to delete it. And that's a character of mine, rock character. You see it. Yeah. So that's my spawn killer. I was creating a spawn killer back in the day. Spawn killer. My spawn killer. Yeah, he's supposed to have chains and everything flying all over the place. Yeah, we back to her. Yeah, we right back. That's all of the slideshow we got right now. Yep. Um. Okay. I'm sorry. My brain is drifting a little bit. I guess tiredness. Okay. Let me started doing a slideshow. Let me get this down here. Uh, those are all of the ones for here because I wanted to. I didn't realize that I had messed them up until I downloaded them, and so I have to rescan some of those. But I was looking for my lead character. I know he's in here somewhere. I think the lead character to my story. I think he's in here. I think I remember seeing him. I was like, oh, okay. I thought I had. This is the work I was doing in school when I was doing that computer. See, that's me. See my face? That's me right there. That's me. See, that's what it looks like beforehand. That's me afterhand. Before, after. Before, after. Before, and that's me. Yay! The Monstrositas Dark Bat. This is the image you're going to be seeing in all of my movie stuff. All of my movies and cartoons and animated stuff like that. All of that stuff. This is going to be Monstrositas Dark Bat doing all of that. From now, I'm going to redo the ones like the Angel with Dirty Faces and my vintage, all of my vintage westerns and my vintage gangster stuff going to Monstrositas Dark Bat. But I've created some magazine covers for school. See, there it is. This I had to do this for school. That's my Game Force magazine cover. This is part of the gaming program at Arts Institute. And I was doing it for Batman Arkham Asylum. And did the reviews, and it came out looking good. Exclusive maps. I got a good grade for this one too. Look it up all. This is where Modern Warfare 2 is coming out. Predator versus Aliens, Inversion. I got Inversion, and I got Modern Warfare 2. I don't have Bayonetta, and I don't have Predator versus Aliens. So, but I got Batman Arkham Asylum. I got all of the Batmans. So maybe I'll do one of my start a new. I already have another channel. Maybe I'll start doing some live streams of me playing video games. Not now. I'm gonna have to because I got too much work ahead of me. I got to slow down with the video games again. It's just last weekend. I think I messed up. That's why story time didn't happen. I kind of got my sleeping patterns all messed up playing video games, and I wasn't available for story time. So I just didn't do it. But now I'm back in the saddle, and I'm going to be making more videos and doing everything what I'm supposed to do instead of playing video games. So these are all of the different. Oh, I did do a magazine cover with me. Meh, see? Meh. Edward G. Robinson. Meh, see? Meh. Tickets, fellas. It's the cops. Meh. 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 Yeah, I pulled this guy off of another cover with a blue background and put him on another background, and then I chopped it all up. And this is all good for school. See, I chopped it up. I put this other picture in the background so to make it look like the Joker. Him right there. I put it in the background, faded it out so that I can make this image, and then I put all of the dialogue in. This is cool. This is QL. See, there you can see all of the separate separate. I'm trying to look for the not image. Images is what I mean, but I mean I'm trying to find a better word. Elements. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was looking for. See, there it is. Separate elements of the created image. See, that's where it came from. Batman Arkham Asylum. That's where it came from. See. Yep, this is the project, one of the projects in my class. And I had to stop. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. It didn't make sense to me to hold on. Did you even see all of that? You might not have seen any of that. You know that? Because a new screen popped up. So I'm sorry if that's what happened, but you can go through and see what each one. Yes, you can't. Yes, you can't. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. No, no, no. Yes, you can. No, no, no. Yes, you can. No, no, no. Yes, you can. Uh, ooh, Yep. Okay, you can see that. All right. So, okay. All right. So let me see. I am going to, let me see. What was I looking for? Oh, I was looking for my character. That's right. That's right. That's right. He was in here. I know he was in here. No, those are the cyber, cyber. This is cyber toad, horned toad, and bullfrog. And I was creating these back. I got to finish all of the stuff because I don't want to be a liar to people. I put out videos, and so that's what I have to come back in here and do all of these, finish these drawings, color them, put them out there, put them in sceneries, and show what I was trying to do so that y'all could see my artwork, see what I was trying to do and trying to accomplish. And I saw this guy posted it on, I think on Twitter, and I just wanted to examine how he see when I see stuff that's his inking techniques. See, that's what I'm trying to see, his inking techniques and how he pulls off those certain effects. And if I want to pull off these types of effects, or do I want to see? He has a thick line here. This is what I like. That's my style. So I just like to see if this is what I want. I'll see. I will see. It'll get there. Can you see this? Let me see if you can see this. Oh, no, you can't. See, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, you can't see it. So what I have to do. So I showed you all of that for nothing. All of those slideshows I showed you all, you didn't even see it. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. Let me see if I could stop sharing because you should be able to get to see what I'm talking about instead of application. Here we go. All right. Hide that. This is what I'm talking about. I wanted to just, I was trying to pay attention to how this guy inks. Saw this on Twitter and just need to see if this is the type of style that I want to see in my work. How much it impairs. He's got a pretty solid. Doesn't impair your visuals. It's not hard to make out what's going on in this picture because of the inking. A lot of some guys make it hard to see what's happening. You can't really see. Like this head, it's hard to make out what this head is, which angle It's in, hold on. I see wings. There's wings here. So is it a head? I'm not even sure. That's see, I guess the coloring will help to distinguish, but you should know exactly what you look like. He's cutting the eye off here. I'm not sure what this is, or it could be the mouth part. This could be an eye right here, and this is another eye over here. But it's hard to tell that, and there's where I have problems. That's exactly where I have my problems. When you ink and you can't tell what's what, you know, not sure that you need color in order to pronounce things, make things distinguishable from others. This is what I'm talking about. This is when I need to carry something different out. Yeah, stop that, and maybe let me see if I can bring back up and do a quick show again because I didn't show you before. I thought I was showing you, but I wasn't. My projects. Nope, nope, nope. No, 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 no. Okay, we'll do this one again. We'll do this one again. Cause we'll do this one again because I know you didn't see it. I know you didn't see this one because I thought, okay, and that's not what I'm gonna share. You're gonna bring up the because you did see this. Okay, this is what we have to share. Yeah, we have to share this. Man, now you can see this is the beheading. This is the behead that I was talking about. I know you didn't see it because I didn't share. I was just thinking that it automatically popped up. I got to get used to all of this streaming stuff. But this is the bad bitch one that I said. Brawl. It used to be called Brawl, but now I call it Bad Bitch. This is the inked version. That not fully inked, but I have to finish. I have to keep working. I have to start completing. This is the demonic ones with a bunch of demonic characters, and this is another demonic character, part of the crew. It has her own minions, and that's the guy I'm gonna put in as my avatar for my indigenous monstrosity. And this is onslaught. I think I call this onslaught. And that's the ferret. That's my spawn killer. That's again spawn killer. That's another character called Igneous. Batman got cut in half with the I was mentioning about the wand. If it skips, that's what happens. And that's another character. Yeah, these are all that back to beheaded. Okay, so the only thing you didn't see after this was let me see. Let me see. Come back to this and get that out of there. And nope, nope, no. Soulfire Lords. Yeah, I got the Soulfire 2 stories in the Soulfire Lords. Yeah, I got quite a bit of character. Here it is. I found them. I found here another character from. Let me see if you're getting this. Nope, you're not getting it. I gotta stop sharing. Stop sharing. Now share. Okay. This is a girl I call Noda, Noda. She's a excuse me. She's head captain of the Imeldian Guard in my Stone God story. Yeah, and she's up here in the trees, living in the trees. See, there's a tree in the background, and I was putting like a building around it. And it's going to be platforms and all of that stuff and different things connecting. And I got to do more on that. See if I got any others. Nope. So I'm going to have to pull them out because I can't keep going through and through and through just to pull up this same. Let me see. Can I? Yes, I can. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Okay, Beheaded is in here. Compilation, you seen that? Demonic, you seen that? Ewum sighting, no, you haven't seen that. Onslaught, you seen that? Random Embattled, you seen that? Yeah. Okay, where is? Oh, here he is. Here he is. Oh, Troubled. I call this Troubled. Let's see if can you see this? Can you see it? Nope. Yeah, no, you can't. No, you can't. So now I gotta stop sharing. Sharing. Sorry, I should. If I would have known I was gonna go through these, I would have. Which one is it? Amazonia? No, it's Trouble. Okay, this one. It was a random type of drawing with this guy breaking free from this guy's grasp, or get ready to get grabbed. And this guy's a giant, pretty big dude, and these guys are fighting him. And he gets grabbed, and these two are coming to the rescue. This person down here, I'm not sure if it's female, and then this big guy over here with the cape. Might not be able to see the cape, but it's there. Yeah. That's what it was roughly thrown in there. But yeah, so you can see I do have some technique. And like I said, I could draw anything. I'm not, there's nothing I can't draw. I could draw angles, different types of body positions. I'm pretty good with that. I've been drawing it for a long time. And now I'm going to get back into it. So now this is why I hear I'm showing you the original version of my character who's going to be the lead for Might, the Might of Thug City. This is the first time anyone. Oh no, I didn't. Hold on, let me pull it up first. Let me pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. I didn't share. Let me. Yeah. There we go. Now, is he up? Yes, he is. See, this is gonna be the lead. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Squeeze them girlies in there. Here we go. Yeah, see? Yeah. And I remember I did these on the subway about a half an hour or so. Took about 2 hours to ride, catching a bus, subway, transferring subway. So in between the bus. I mean the subway. That was the longest trip on the subway. So in between those transfers from train to train, I drew. And this guy, he was just a guy with two girls. And then I said, hey, I think I'm gonna call him such and such. And all of them are gonna be in the story, all three of them. And she is fine. The one on the right, she came out way better than the mean girl on the left. On his right, my left. But yeah, he's gonna get a whole new design. He's not gonna look anything like that. I already designed him. So he's done. I have to read. I don't know. I like the way she looks on the right. I might do something different with that thing on her leg. But as far as her upper part of her body, she's pretty much, I think she's pretty much where I want her to be. I'll make decisions about her hairstyle later. But as far as her face and the collar, I think that's where I'm thinking about calling her Nightshade, and I'm not sure with a K in the front. Yeah. And that might mean she might need armor. So she's probably going to get a different look too, most likely. But I'm going to keep with that cape because she has some kind of a cape on. And I like the collar around her neck, the way that her collar flares out like that. So she's going to be that way. And the girl on the right, I don't know. I'm going to have to do something with her. But yeah, he's going to be the opening act. He's going to be in there. They're going to be a major fight in the first 4 or 5 pages, 3, 4 pages, because he's gonna be up on Vita Tower, and then they're gonna see an explosion or get an alarm. They're gonna rush into action. The fight's gonna ensue, and that's gonna be right out the gate. So within the first 2 or 3 pages, you're gonna you're gonna fly down, challenge them, fight ensues, and then things happen after that. And yeah, it's gonna be a great story because I've been working on it since I haven't been working on it for years, but I have been working on it since September, and I've got a lot of characters in here, mainly foot soldiers and muscle, muscle and lapdogs, lackeys, uh, people like that to do the bidding of the more powerful. And those are the guys who are going to keep my action up because while the story is going to be moving at a steady type of a pace, the action, I want that thrown in there. Every time I get the chance, blah, blah, blah. Somebody's going to have some reason, some kind of, but it has to be legitimate. It just can't be characters popping out of the blue. Hey, you, let's fight. No, it has to be someone sent me. You have to stop what you're doing. Like 24, how things just moved along. Bang, 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 bang. So, but it can't be a 24 story because it's not happening in 24-hour periods. It's going to be lifetime of the book. And the book's going to be out for a long time because I have so many characters that I can peel off, introduce and peel off to be their own entities, and groups that I can create to be their own entities, and maybe pop back in from time to time to make crossover events or team up events or anything of that type of nature. So, yeah, this is what I'm attempting. And he's going to be the first guy that you see. And then the dude, the red guy with the helmet that I was telling you about, that I lost the colors, I couldn't get the same red. He's going to be the next one that you're going to see coming into. You're going to see his origin. happen in real time. And then there's going to be another guy. He's going to be a white character. He's going to be extremely powerful. I can't really talk about him because he's going to be extremely powerful. Okay, I can say there's going to be an event that takes place where, should I say this? I don't know whether I should tell. Will that disturb the story? Would that hurt? No, it won't hurt it. It's going to happen. What happens afterwards is the more important stuff than the event itself. So what happens with him, I'm not going to tell how it happens. That's what I'm going to not do. But what happens is he comes from a separate section, borough, whatever, separate section of the city. And what goes on is that the police accidents, some types accidents happen, and that's because unmanned cars crash into manned vehicles, and they realize that in a certain particular section of the city, everyone has vanished. Every single person in this particular neighborhood is gone. Just blinked out of existence, like Thanos snapping his fingers. And what goes on after that, I can't tell you, but okay, yeah. My lead character right here, he's called in to investigate, and there was a report of someone leaving. I can't describe him because I want all of this to be new and fresh. But this character, he's going to be a white character, and he's going to be extremely powerful. And someone sees someone leaving, but no one explained. Well, it explained to a certain extent, but I can't explain it to you because I want to keep that part mysterious for when the book when it get so that maybe you won't see it coming when it happens. If I describe him, then you'll say, "Oh, this is who he was talking about. This is when the event's going to happen," and I don't want that to happen. So you won't see it coming, but just know that it's going to be an event, and everybody's going to disappear, and things will take place. Someone is seen leaving the area. The only person that was seen leaving that area, and search is on for this individual, and things take place, and eventually down the line, there's gonna be, like I said, I already know a lot of the lifespan of my story, of my character's story. You know how uh, superheroes, they have stories, and then they might fight they might fight a bad guy, then move on, fight a smaller bad guy, then fight a bigger bad guy, and then they'll have an event where something happens there, so major gets more major that jeopardizes the character, your main character, your protagonist, and so that's the type of dude I want. I want events like that to happen. We fighting minor guys, get to them bigger events, and leads to more major events. And then once that's solved, you back down to a smaller events, or maybe not that small, but not as large, and then work my way back up again. And I already know because of the characters that I'm planned to bring into the book, it's going to be setting up my timeline after events. I already know that I have like galactic characters that I want to bring in, but I can't bring them in early because it would be taking the story too fast. So I want to progress with a moderate progression, bring in more and more powerful characters over time. So I will have like street level characters giving my boys trouble because of their whatever has happened in the city at the time that gave them abilities or gave up enhance their abilities or whatever type of planning that they use to negate his powers or to overwhelm him or his powers and or whichever. And he also has a team. He's working with a team of people, not really a team. They're kind of individuals working, like much like a police force, where they might have a captain and a sergeants and all of that, but the individual teams of police, they go out on by themselves and they patrol, and then if they need backup, they call in help and all of that. So that's what I want it to be like. Basically, where they have people, rookies, and all of that, they send them out on minor incidences, hoping that they can gain experiences and work better as a team together, and things happen in that too, because you got to have things to have. Conflict always drives your story. If you're just having a lot of boring talk and like in Marvel, no real story, no real character development, just propaganda, then you got boring, flat stories. And I got conflict, I got characters, and I got story. And I don't think they're boring. And that's why I'm writing this. I don't want it to be boring in the least bit. So, with that, I am going to be adding all of these individuals, both on the bad guy side and the good guy side, because people have to get taken out from time to time, whether it be temporarily or permanently. And we will be addressing all of these things in these stories. And so, like I said, I will be having cameos, which will could become spin-offs, which my intentions are to have spin-offs, cameos that come in, and then if you guys like them, I will be spinning them off into other, maybe hire other artists to come in and draw those books that I've written and spin off of the stories. And if they want a permanent spot drawing, then you can take over a character and run with it. Work as long as we work together with the story. I have to know what's going on with the story and what you're gonna do with my characters. I'm not gonna let my characters just go. So I have to have all approval, all final approval of anything like that. But that we're not there yet. I'm talking like I'm a comic book mogul. But those are the visions that I have for my book and my characters and my comic book and me. So if you can be patient with me and I'm trying to get this out. I want to have at least half the book done before the summer's out, at least drawn in pencil, and maybe start the inking. I would hope to have at least half of the book penciled, inked, and working on colors, and hopefully past that. I would hope to have by September have it inked, colored, and maybe working on letters, half of it, and then from there, um, having maybe more pencils done, and just having to finish everything out. So I have to get my regiment done, get into drawing and more. I can draw pretty fast, but I don't know what a schedule of trying to be a perfectionist on every page, not being able to, you have to be able to be confident with every drawing and every page and not want to second guess yourself. So I'm going to see exactly how long it's going to take me. I've never drawn panels and pages consistently to a point of creating an entire story. So I'm gonna thumbnail everything out to map out the story. I'm already started working on the first book, the beginnings of it, and I already did a mapping. Maybe one day I'm gonna do a video showing how I was mapping out my Stone God story. All of that's gonna change now because I see things different. So the dynamic angles and all of that, I will be able to see differently. So I will check out the mapping that I did with as far as the first Stone God story, and then work from there and do a video showing what I was started out with, and show you all how I do my mapping and all of that. Everything is going to be important. I want y'all to see every aspect, and then when I drop my book, hopefully I'll get a good response like Raging Golden Eagle. So I I can't possibly hope for Ethan Van Sciver response or Zach, your boy Zach response. I can't. That would be just way too over the top expectations. But Raging Golden Eagle pulled off 100,000. So far for his campaign. So that's what I have to strive for. Hopefully, y'all like me enough, like my characters enough, like my ideas enough for story content that y'all will be willing to take that chance and back my campaign. But like I said, probably if I can get what I want done in the time span, my campaign will probably drop. My mailing list and my email list and all of that, my pre-launch stuff will probably launch around September. Yeah, July, August, September, October, somewhere around there. And then I'll hope to fulfill by the following spring, hopefully. Finish off those pages over those next following months and get everything done. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to bring in another colorist or something to help with some of the work. Who knows? But if not, then I need to practice anyway. Need to get my skills up. Need to learn all these different techniques, and that might slow me down some. I don't know. Hopefully not, because I'm practicing now with my pencils and my inking, especially. Not really pencils, because I know my pencils, but inking. I use cross hatching in here. I'm really rough with it, just throwing it in, but I think I can do that, man. I think I can, man. I think I can. This guy's from the military. He was military, and I don't want people at first. I don't want people to like him. He was supposed to be a totally different character before. I was thinking of doing all kinds of revolutions and all types of things with him, and I don't know now because the way the story that I'm writing now is not going that way. It's going a totally different way. So I don't think that revolution is going to happen in the way. I might take that revolution for another story. And yeah. And then we're going to go back to the Elfishes. So with this, let's see how much time I'm in. 5 o'clock. We've been here. Okay, we'll stay. We'll stop at 6. We'll stop at 6. I got another 20 minutes. So, that's 4 hours. So, what I'm gonna be doing for next time, I'm going to create a couple of characters. I'm gonna create the group. I gotta create the group that the rebellion. I gotta create the authority figures, the city, government, and stuff like that. I gotta create some names for the characters, and I gotta create a city if I'm gonna do it in a fake city like Gotham or Metropolis or Port City, like the name of my city in Thug City. And what else? I got to determine if it's going to be in a fake one or based in a real, like New York or New Jersey or one of them more types of Chicago. Then I'll have to do a lot more research if it's a city that I don't know. I have to do a lot more research on landmarks and all of that stuff. So I'll determine that. That's why I like the whole idea of creating my own, because statues and everything, I won't have to worry doing all that research. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. Either way, it doesn't really matter. The internet and Google Maps and all of that could help a lot with all of that. So, um, and I got to create the tech companies. I got to create governors and all types of governors and senators and things like that for them to bribe and kidnap and do the things that they're supposed to be doing in order to enhance themselves and push forward their political agendas. And I have to create some technological things and some biological things and maybe some more energy waves or energy power sources of some sort so that I can use for this story, because I have about 60, 70 power sources, but those are going to be used for my superhero characters. And yeah, that's another thing. I have to determine whether this story, the Elfishis, is going to have superheroes or if it's just going to be uh, regular people going up against these Elfishis. So that's those are things. And then um what else? What else? Maybe I might stop early. Can I talk for another 20 minutes? Sure, I can. I'm blowhard. I'm a blowhard. I have a big mouth. I have things to say. Like like Ethan Van Skyler. I have things to say. He has a I like well, he's developed. When I first started watching his streams, I didn't like I didn't like I didn't think he had much to say. And then I watched and listened to a few more times, a few more streams, because I was mainly just watching videos and I wasn't and he didn't really was putting up too many videos. He had some up, but I didn't really follow them that tough. I didn't really like he spoke for whatever reason. I don't know what it was. But the more I seen the camaraderie and between him, John, and Cecil, and that Star Wars girl, and who knows what happened to Kelsey. But the more I seen between them, I was like, I can do that. I just need to find some people who, modulate with you, who can feed off of you and throw things back and forth the way they do. That's what it is. They have that chemistry, and I think that's what it was. I started getting me into the streams, and then watching them make the money off of the comic book projects that they was throwing out there. See, I'm not a bashful person like Zach or have OCD or anything like that. I'm just a more or less a regular guy who came from awkward, I guess you could say, backgrounds that most people might not understand, and who's just trying to create a comic book so that I don't have to go on Social Security or anything like that. Nah, I don't believe in that type stuff. But if I can't make no money on my off my art, I'm gonna have to go on some kind of disability or something, and that's not for me. Uh, I don't want to be that type of person. Just sitting around depending on some check to come in from some obscure place for work some menial labor that I did as a younger person. I want to, with this opportunity, I want to get paid for my art. So I want to get paid, and I want the adulation, is it? Or not the appreciation? Yeah, I want to know that somebody appreciates my art. I don't want to be famous. I don't, I don't want to be famous at all. I would love to have my art famous, though. I would love for somebody to say, "Daggone, that's my favorite character, and I like that character more or just as much as Superman, Batman, Deadpool, X-Men, anything like that." Anything like that. I would be highly appreciative if my characters could stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder with any of those Wildcats. I thought that was a good book back in the days. But then again, I don't know how much of it I read. I don't remember the stories too tough. Um, it's been 20 years and I haven't read them. So since if I did read them, I haven't read them since. So I don't really understand everybody. I remember, was it Void? Was there somebody there named Void? And I forget what the girl in the silver, what her name was. What her name, Void? I forget. But Ripclaw and all of those guys from the different the different uh the different publications that were out. Yeah, I like some of those guys. I like those characters. They was fresh and new. Even Rob Liefeld had some fresh takes with his those headbands and those different types of stylized creations that he made. Because a lot of people tried to bite some of his. I think I even had one character that I had a prophet type headdress on, even though he kind of, you could say that he got that from a Native American headdress type thing too. But it doesn't matter where you get it from. It just matters how you use it. If when you use it, if you use it, and how you use it. Because you can have a good idea and don't use it properly and screw it all up. Much like those bum characters that Kibblesmith made. Now the designs aren't bad; it's the coloring mostly, and the story, the backstory behind it. I don't know. I'm not saying heavy set women can't be superheroes, but that character that they got in there with the magical backpack, if she got it from her grandfather, right? That makes, let me see, she looked like she's in her teens, so maybe late 20s, early 30s, her father, and maybe 50s, early 50s, early 60s, her grandfather, which who is supposed to be who she got the bag from. Well, that would basically be someone about my age, 50s, 60s. We didn't care about backpacks like that back in the day. So anybody making a magic backpack, they wouldn't get it. They wouldn't. You would look so stupid walking around talking about a magical backpack of divine origins. Really? Divine origins? So what are you trying to say? Some god or godlike being gave this girl a magical backpack? A magical backpack? Really? A backpack? No, 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 no. Some dude in his 50s is walking around with a magical backpack to hand down to his granddaughter. 50s, maybe 60s? Come on. No, no. Nobody back in that era thought of backpacks as being magical or, or anything besides something to put your books in or your spare clothes. But a divine backpack? What a joke. That dude sat up there in that video talking about divine backpacks, and I just couldn't help but laugh at him. And then I seen some of the other guys like Jeremy of the Quartering say he didn't want to tease his looks and all of that. I'm not teasing his looks, but you can look at him and tell that he was picked on severely as a child. He's in his 30s and he looks like a young punk kid, a young dweebnoid. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put him down because it doesn't matter what he looks like. Really, is like I said, it depends on what type of person you are inside. You have to build your strength, man. You have to build your power, and having and building power is what stories are all about. All of these things, understand these things that I'm talking about is great for character development. If you understand power being related to strengths and will and knowledge and wisdom of knowing how and when to deploy your power, when to use it, and when who to use it on. Powerful people use their power on everyone. I believe I'm pretty powerful. I don't let, from discussions to how I conduct myself, uh, I try to be as strong and forth, forthright as possible. And I try to be as brutally honest as possible because though people might not like me for that, they always know where I stand. I don't believe in talking out of both sides of my ass. I don't make promises because anything can happen to you, and I don't believe in breaking promises. So I tend not to make any, and unless I know for absolutely sure that I can carry out the promise that I make. So it's just the things about me that I developed over the years from watching movies mostly. My father was pretty decent person. I don't have nothing really bad. He's a harsh individual. Said things and done things people might deem to be bad or not the most supportive or whatever thing like that. But the way I look at things is how do I like myself? Because no matter what he did, if I like who I am as a person, then the bad with the good is all important because the bad parts as well as the good parts help mold me into who I am. And parents are just people. They're not 100% infallible. And I've learned this over the years. And though I'm not a parent myself, but I would love to be, I understand certain aspects of things about life and parenthood and learning things and passing those things on. And that's basically what I'm trying to do here for multiple reasons. Mostly because I guess I want to connect with an audience so that I can try and put my book out and building my channel and doing all of these things. The story time is strictly to get people to know that I can draw and write stories. I'm going to be doing more. I'm going to do more videos about drawing, and to mix in with my cloth figures and my clay, because I'm being that the weather's warming up. I'm going to be able to. It's March now, so the weather is the 21st today. So Saturday, 6 o'clock, almost. So I'll be able to basically get my. I'm sorry, my voice is getting a little deeper here. I'm feeling it, so I'm just letting it come out a little, a little bit more with the boom system, and uh, uh, I'd like to say I made a video trying to use my voicial characteristics to help. I saw John Malin promote Shadow Century and the Shadow Century. So I figured I'd do a voiceover, and that's what I did. I went on there, played the video, and did the voiceover right over the music, right over the. Well, there was no dialogue. There was written word dialogue, but there was no uh, conversational. There was no spoken word dialogue coming through the video. So I added my rendition of what they were saying. I kind of spiced it a little bit. I don't know if I did a good job, but I did. It's only about 2 minutes long. And yeah, I think I did a good job. And if anybody out there wants a booming, powerful voice, to do a voiceover for your videos for Comicsgate videos. I mean your Comicsgate campaigns. If you want to make a video and you don't have a good voice, give me come to Indigenous Monstrosity, or send me a email, or get talk to me in my DMs on Twitter, and I will get back to you. I don't know how much to charge, or if I should charge. Uh, I'd say handle your business, get your work out, and if I was ever any benefit to your campaign, give me what you think you owe me. For now, because I know nothing about the voiceover business. I just want to help and get my name out as well. So if I can help and get my name out as well, uh, then I'm willing to do it. And it did take me a few hours to do that voiceover. It took me quite a bit of hours, I tell you, because I had to memorize. I had to write down what they put in the video as written dialogue, and then the places where I thought was kind of repetitive, they use the same words over and over, or they didn't give enough emphasis in my estimation. I kind of ad libbed a couple of words in to fill in, and I hope they liked it. And if you want me to do it over for real, I will. I will follow it to the T of what you want. And um, I only made a little slip that I left in, kind of fumbled a little bit, but I was kind of tired by that time. And I said, fuck it, it was good enough. You should be able to get the gist. So I can also modulate my voice. So I can make it deeper, or I can make it more growly, or whatever, creaturistic, or right? Or I can bring it up some and whatever type of dialogue or archetype you might want. I can do whatever you might need, my son. I can do that. I intend to do some more opening for my videos and my streams, I'm gonna try and create a animation. Um, I think Photoshop has some animations, and matter of fact, I think Clip Studio has animation in there. So I'm gonna create a couple of. I'm gonna do some drawings and try to use the animation to complete the drawings for my openings and out my endings. And like I said, anybody wants some voiceover work, I will be glad to help. I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country and to obey the Scouts law. That happens to be in the Scout manual. Uh, that's the Scout credo. I was a Scout for a few months, I think. Half a year, I'm not sure. It was a while ago. I never got to go on any of the camp outs and all of that stuff. Maybe I was lucky because I think that's where all of the touchy feely stuff went on. So I never was touched or felt. So yeah, my parents didn't have money for the tents and all the canteens and the backpacks. I had a scout outfit, I had the manual, and that was it. I went to the meetings every Sunday for about 6 months to a year, something like that. And then I stopped when I was the only one not going on the trips and the jamborees. So, like I said, I have a lot of background and a lot of different things, both bad and good. So, I have a lot of experience, and I'm dumping all of it into my stories as much as I can think of. I That's why have I have child characters that I can put childhood experiences and into. So yeah. So the next time we show on story time, I'm gonna have some characters drawn, maybe. Hopefully, I'll be able to have some. Oh, we are past 20 minutes. I did that with ease. 20 minutes talking. I will have more characters. Hopefully, Gargoyle will be back in here. I told him I was going to be here, but I think he might have been busy or whatever. Uh, I have to. I have to get a unlimited streaming. Right now, I only have 20 hours a month on StreamYards. I believe it is that limits you. So I have to pay the subscription for the year, so I get a cheaper rate, and I should be getting some money on that soon, hopefully. And when I do, within the next month, by April, I'm hoping to have unlimited streaming, and that way I'll be able to go on Gargoyle streams. Hoth Rebel, I haven't seen him this week either, so I don't know. I think I messed up last week when I didn't do story time, so I'll build it back up. I didn't put out as many notices this week. I got to start an Instagram and a couple of other sites, Twitch and all of that, so I can try to bring in some more people to story time and my streams. But mostly I just got to be entertaining and try to be up and peppy, and well, that's who I am. I was usually the funny guy, the class clown, and all of that. Even amongst my friends, when we did play the dozens in black neighborhoods, that's when you crack jokes on each other. When you played the dozens, I was always one people didn't really mess with that tough, because once I got started on your behind, I had to. I would have always been the teased one because of my disability. I would have always been, which I always still was teased for it, but I made them pay for it because that's all they had was that one thing, and I would be able to get on them about multiple things. So telling jokes was always a good thing. So I came out of that youth, knowing how to tell jokes and crack jokes on people and defend myself. I was always able to defend myself against just friends or bullies or whatever. So for the most part, all of this has to do with telling good stories and uh, focusing stories and being able to create good archetypes for your characters, having a diverse mentality with different types of thought processes, understanding different people and how they operate, how weaker people operate, how stronger people operate. Um, all of this has to do with great character development and storytelling. So this is what I bring. Uh, from shows like I said, Magnum PI, Canon. This is when way back in the 60s. Canon, Mannix, Ironsides. This was about a lawyer in a wheelchair. You don't see stuff like that these days. We had it all back then, but nobody understands that. Sure, there wasn't the diversity, but there's not diversity today. So, and to me, all these SJWs have done is made it harder because all of the bad work that people like Vita Ayala, who's a black woman, but queer and gay and all of this other stuff, she made it hard for black women, gay people, uh, people who identify as all of these different pronouns. She's made it. How many of them are going to get jobs in any place now? Especially having to do with being creative. Nobody's going to hire them. And they made it hard for anybody else to come up behind them. Who's the other? That Tasahini Coates, another fool, creating all kinds of idiocy. Another person that has no idea, it comes from a place of weakness, and the people who are in power are still in power. The people that they complain about, white men, and so they taking it from white men and have given it to white women. What's the difference? You think the white women are going to care any more about your position than the white men did? And so this whole thing is to benefit whom and for what purpose? If you're not getting any jobs, if the salaries are cut, if if nobody coming up behind you can fill those spots, and if they do, you're only going to get garbage work, menial pay, not like back in the days. At least the artists back in the days were able to sustain and uh, their families with the pay. Can you do that now? Can you do that? Uh, Tasahini Coates and Miss Queer and Brown. Can you do that? Can you take care of your family on the money that you're getting paid without writing for 10 different whack books? Yeah, he's selling. But anyway, we're not trying to do that. We're not trying to put any politics like that. We're going to have it based on the story, even though the concept might come from politics and these strange individuals. The story won't come from that. It's going to be basically loosely wrapped around that so tightly that you hopefully won't see or recognize it. But since I've broadcasted, I guess that's not going to be the case. But once the framework is built, the story is going to handle itself. It's not going to be, uh, you'll see. Well, you can see from the small little caption, I guess you can call it, that it's, it doesn't have anything to do with any. You won't be able to. If I didn't bring up SJW, nobody would think that. Well, they might, but it's very loosely. It's not smashing you in the face with a hammer until I said, "Hey, the Alfichis or the Alphabets and the SJWs combined together to create this new organization that is set on uh, enhancing themselves biologically, technologically, so that they can overthrow and take over the city and then the world. The world. Breaking news, folks. Okay. I guess that's it for this week of story time. And this is Indigenous Monstrosity. And I am Monstrositus X. Thank you for staying for the 4 hours, whoever you are. I appreciate you being here. Uh, I appreciate you all for viewing and liking if you do this story time. I'm going to try and do more, focus more on the stories, and focus on completing them, and not just going to be uh, sitting here. But I guess I'm not moving as fast as I would like to because I want somebody to bounce the story ideas off of, and that's why I'm going slow. I would like to get an audience that, and one of the videos I'm going to do, I'm going to show exactly what I mean because I learned from YouTube, basically videos on how to structure my story as far as bring out my arcs, my character arcs, and my archetypes and all of that. I'll show you all the videos in another video, and y'all could go there and learn a little bit for yourself on how to structure storytelling and all of that. That's where I got the idea for doing story time, basically, and well, for writing my books, period. Because I was supposed to be writing novels for my Stone God story and my Twin Assassin story. Those are supposed to be novels. At first, they were supposed to be comic books, but I thought they were so grand that they deserved to be in a book. I think that was way back when Harry Potter first started dropping, and I started seeing how this woman is making all her money off Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and all of that stuff. So yeah, I thought that it deserved to be told in a grander form instead of a comic book form. But comic books are bigger these days. They've been bigger for a while. That Tom Hanks movie, The Road to Perdition, was a comic book story, and a lot of people don't even know that. So there was a lot of movies coming out of comic books back then. So comic books still have a niche, but it's spreading into the mainstream. It started with those outside stories like Road to Perdition, and now that they have the technology, it's expanded into superhero, but they're still treating superhero stories like kiddie stories instead of adult stories. That's why people like Scorsese can talk down about comic book movies because they're not taking them serious. Like Shazam, in my opinion, the big dude who played in Creed 2, the white guy, um, he played Drago's son. He should have played Shazam. He has a boyish face, but he still looks like he's dangerous. When the guy who actually played Shazam, he has all clown face. He's no seriousness about his face. You can't take him serious at all. As far as just looking at him, he's not threatening. He doesn't look like a child in a kid's body. He just looks like a nerd in a muscle man suit. And Creed 2, Drago's son, he looked like without that beard on his face that he has very boyish features, which that's what Captain Marvel is supposed to look like. A big boy, but kind of like a big boyish feature, but he's a superhero. So he has to also contain that intensity in his face. So when you when you go from comic book to live action, you have to have, see, the difference between the actors back in my era and my grandparents and my father's eras, I should say, is that when they chose actors, they wasn't looking for pretty boys. They was looking for rugged, rough, rugged, good looks, decent looks. You didn't have to be that good looking because Humphrey Bogart wasn't a attractive man, as what you might say. Not even James Cagney and them was. They had this rough, rugged look to them. And when you move on to the cowboy era and the war movie era with John Wayne and them, none of them guys was handsome per se. They had this rough intensity in their face. Charles Bronson, roughness. I guess you could say he is more of a better looking dude, would be more appealing to the women folk, but he still had this intensity in his eyes. He look into you and you would think, hey man, this dude look like he want to fuck me up, you know, that type of thing. And that's what all of those guys, Steve McQueen, James Coburn, Yul Brenner, that's right, I'm naming everybody from the Magnificent Seven. But those are the guys that was out there back then. Not too much with John Wayne. He didn't have that type of look, but he had the stature and he had the, I guess he had the swag, is what you would call, what we would call the swag. He had the swag. But everybody else from Clint Eastwood, all of them had the eyes, that intensity in their eyes. And that was it, man. All of them. Spock. That's right. Leonard Nimoy. That's why this kid that's trying to play him now, he fails. He fails so hard because he doesn't have the intensity. He looks too soft, too moist, too moist at heart. The humidity in the room is just overwhelming. And that's what it is. These actors today don't fill the roles because they don't look the part. They seem too meek for the roles. They don't jump off the screen at you like Charleston Heston, those powerful booming voices. And all of these guys is, Leonard Nimoy is the perfect example. You compare the two guys and the new guy talks like this, and Leonard Nimoy talks like this. Come on. I've had many people talk to me, yo, man, your voice, or, you know, or the size of your hands. Man, I wouldn't want you to grab me. That type of thing. These things intimidate people. And when you put some meek, meager man up there and push past them off as superheroes, people see that. But the thing is, a lot of people today, like with this new Batman, this dude does not deserve to be Batman. You can find an attractive, rough, rugged-looking dude. I think the dude is gay, but what's his name? Wilson. He played in Fast and the Furious as Jason Statham's brother, and he was Dracula, Dracula Untold. I didn't know he was gay. If he is gay, I saw one thing online that he was gay. I don't know if he's gay, if he is gay, but I thought he would have made a great Batman. He had the look for it, the face. I believe that he would have made a great Batman. He looks like somebody who spent his life brooding over his parents' death and trying to find some kind of revenge, vengeance, whatever. That's what I consider when I think of Batman. This dude who there's one thing he wouldn't be able to hide is his intensity, because all of that training, it would show on his face. And he spent his life learning about intimidation. That's what the whole Batman suit is about. Learning about fear. And this is what I'm telling you about power. And in my first power video, I talk about looking at people and seeing the weakness in people's eyes and knowing who's soft just by having somebody look away from you. When you look at them, this is weakness. Men back in the day, a handshake and looking in the eye is how they determine their enemies. That's why the handshake became synonymous, because it showed that you didn't have a weapon in your hand, and it also gauged the strength of your enemy. I used to grasp my friends' hands, and we used to have hand squeezing contests. So you worked out so that you be strong when you went up against your buddy, you'd be able to crush his hand. You know, this was men back in the day, but now, a lot of men today are so delicate. A police officer came to my home one time, and I shook this man's hand and thanks for being there, taking the report. And he shook my hand like a woman, just the tips of his fingers. And his hands are so soft and dainty and light. I was like, wow. But yeah, these things all can come in handy, because from the perspective of that person, that delicate and dainty and slight, you understand why he might be that much more frightened out in the street when he has to come up against somebody who's deemed dangerous, or you could be putting yourself in harm's way. So you're that much more frightened, even though you have a vest and a gun on your hip. I was shot at. I've been shot at before and hung out right back on the same corner. And no fear, no waking up with sweats and terrified. Oh my God. I wasn't shot at. That was just a dream. No, I've never had nightmares like that. I had nightmares falling off of high places. That's where my fears lie. Being swooped up, walking down the street and being swooped up 1,000 feet in the air and then just drop to my death. That's the type of nightmares I've had. But nothing. I've seen extraordinary things. People get shot. People die on the subway tracks and see the brains splatter in the street when I was a little kid. Seen things like that. I didn't see the actual incidents, but I saw the brains in the street. So, yeah, man, I've seen a lot of things in my time, man. So, and I don't understand the weakness of some of these people who just fall apart because of minor things, very, very minor things, like being wrong. Being wrong. I said something that hurt her feelings. So a grown ass man, because he said something that hurts another person's feelings or another man's feelings, instead of just saying, I'm sorry, man, my bad, that's it. I'm sorry, man. I just didn't. Why are you crying? Grab your sack, son. Pull up your sack and be a man. That's not what manhood is like. Watch Shane, an old Western. Watch Shane. This is how you should be teaching your children. There's dangers out there. No, we don't have wild animals coming out, snatching your children and running away into the darkness. But there are still psychos, sickos, and all kinds of weirdos out there you need to teach your children. And with that, I'm going to say again, Indigenous Monstrosity signing out. Monstrositus X saying thank you for coming. We'll see you next week. Same back time, same back channel. And thanks. And hopefully you become part of the goddom. Become part of the goddom. Praise the goddom. Hail CG. And I'm out. Let's see. Yep, the streaming stopped. Now let's go to StreamYards. Oh, here we go. Right here. Okay, close this out.